Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our council meeting for Tuesday, June the 23rd. Beginning with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Legal Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Going to the approval of the agenda, first looking to administration. Are there any additions to the agenda from administration? Seeing none, looking to count. Oh, sorry, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, good morning, Council. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'd like to request an addition to the agenda under item 10.4.3, CRCA facility improvement funding.
So 10.4.3, thank you. Thank you. Council, any other additions to the agenda? Seeing none, can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the agenda as amended, please? Councillor Rondalla.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the June 23rd, 2026 regular meeting of Council agenda as amended. Add agenda item 10.4.3 CRCA facility improvements.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have a number of recognitions and announcements today. First of all, you may notice that council's wearing a little bit more Western style wear today. It's our last meeting before going into Stampede, and Stampede, we have learned since being in this position, is a very busy time for politicians. There is a lot of networking and meetings that happen throughout the time. There's also a time of celebration. One of the events that the city of Chestermere is currently heavily involved in the organization of is on July the 9th. We will be gathering with members from across the regional round table. A number of elected officials will be there, as well as some other interested stakeholders. But yeah, Stampede certainly gives us the opportunity to connect with ministers and elected officials from both the federal government and the provincial government, as well as colleagues from across the province. And so it's a busy week. I know that all of our councils, starting on July 1st with Canada Day, right up until July the 9th, have multiple events each day. And there are some days where we have to take a bit of a divide and conquer approach because there are so many opportunities for us to have the chance to go and network within the city of Calgary. So it's going to be a very busy couple of weeks here of advocacy for the city of Chestermere as we engage with our other elected officials. Also today, we have the passing of the torch. Deputy Mayor Narayan has done an incredible job over the last 8 months. As we know, at our organizational meeting, we have made the decision that every 8 months or so, we will transition our deputy mayor. That way each councillor has the opportunity to be deputy mayor. And so today, Deputy Mayor Narayan will now be Councillor Narayan. And now we will have Deputy Mayor Schindler. So Deputy Mayor Schindler will take over now for the next 8 months as Deputy Mayor, and you can all start your little bidding polls now as to how many times Mayor Dean messes that up today, as now he has to remember to call on Deputy Mayor Schindler and not Deputy Mayor Narayan, or also we can place some bets on how many times if I just say Deputy Mayor, if Councillor Narayan touches his mic. But I do want to say a sincere thank you to Deputy Mayor Narayan for his time as Deputy Mayor, and now passing the torch over to Deputy Mayor Schindler, who will be taking on the Deputy Mayor responsibilities. Item 3.2, we have a public art display, and I'm looking for her, but I don't see her in the room right now, so I will come back to that one. The next one that I have is Canada Day. So Canada Day is coming up, and we're very excited about Canada Day. It's a big tradition across Canada, but especially here in Chestermere. We have a number of events that are going on, including council will be out serving pancakes and interacting with the public on that day. There's a free pancake breakfast for the first 2,000 guests. It is incredible how many pancakes and sausages we end up serving at the pancake breakfast. So pancake breakfast for the first 2,000 guests. It is on July the 1st at John Peak Park, starting at 9 a.m. and goes through the evening. Lots of free activities and things to do. There's going to be live music, there's stage performances, there's carnival games, kids activities, face painting, a petting zoo, wagon rides, artisan vendor market, food trucks. There's going to be no shortage of things to do throughout the day for Canada Day. It is Canada's 159th birthday on July the 1st. So Canada's 159th birthday. And then the day is going to conclude with a fireworks show at 10:45. One of the things that we wanted to make mention of is there will be both some road closures and some parking mitigation strategies that will be employed because parking is limited in that area. So we are going to have a shuttle that will be running throughout the afternoon and the evening, and we want to encourage people to walk, bike, carpool, and use the shuttle. And to talk about parking and shuttle and all of the organization of those things, we have Miss Christy Jensen, who is our events coordinator, coming up to present on this right now. And I do believe that this is her first time presenting for council, and what an incredible opportunity as we celebrate one of the signature events here in the city of Chestermere. So good morning.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as we know, the events that happen in John Peak Park do pose some parking limitations. And to help our residents enjoy a wonderful Canada Day, we are providing shuttle services from two of our school areas, both the East Lake School and the Our Lady of Wisdom School. We'll run shuttles from 3 p.m. to about 11:30 p.m., rotating about every 30 minutes. So you can park in those areas and come on down to John Peak Park, because the park, the roads into the park will be closed. Marina Drive and Chestermere Station Way will be closed to allow for our vendors and for pedestrians and residents to enjoy the space more safely. So we encourage all residents to use our free shuttle service. And again, it'll be at the East Lake School area pickup, and the drop-off will be right on Main Street here. So if you have any questions or need more details, please go to our website, our Chestermere website, and on Facebook. We'll be communicating this out to residents too, to remind them to come on down to the park and, yeah, hopefully enjoy the day.
Great, thank you. You know, now that we've got her on the hot seat, Council, though, is there any questions or clarity that you want to ask about Canada Day? Councilor Woznowski, do you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I wanted to catch him. Just like, are we serving all the types of syrup at the pancake breakfast? And how many pancakes can people expect per person?
Things that will be a mystery until you arrive.
Great, thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, certainly looking forward to it. And the shuttle is something that I believe we first added last year, but it's exciting to hear that that's coming back, and certainly will be an assistance for our events, as parking can be very limited in that area. So awesome. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. So yeah, we just want to invite everybody to come out for Canada Day. The other event that we want to draw people's attention to is on July the 8th at John Peak Park. We're having a large-scale premier powwow honoring the legacy of a local Siksika youth, Christian, a young man. We're inviting everyone to come out to this Lead by Example powwow to experience the traditional dancing, drumming, cultural demonstrations, and community connection. We have strategically worked with the organizers of this event to have the powwow happening during Stampede, and the reason for that is there are a number of dancers and performers that come during Stampede that are kind of only really in town during that time. And because we've now put it during Stampede, they're actually going to be able to come out to Chestermere to participate in this powwow. So it's going to be an incredible event. That is on July the 8th, celebrating, again, Christian a Young Man in honor of Christian a Young Man, the Lead by Example powwow. The organizers for this are an incredible couple to work with. And very, very much looking forward to this happening during Stampede on July the 8th at John Peak Park. Okay, going back now, we are looking at the public art display, and Jen Peddlesden is here and has brought an entire crew with her, which is awesome. So I'm not sure if I'm just calling Jen up or if I'm calling up her crew, but Miss Peddlesden, you're taking it away, I believe.
Thank you very much, Mayor Dean. And we're very happy to be here for a bit of a mid-presentation opening of the display of the plaques, which we had printed to replace, for safety reasons, the original bronze and brass plaques that came from the Summer Village of Chestermere and the town of Chestermere. So these were the official plaques that were given to the municipality at that time. And because we were very worried, as you may know, these have been stolen from many places that they have been erected, we wanted to replace them. So we were happy to have received a grant for nearly $4,000 from the city of Chestermere to print these in aluminum. So we hope that that will not become some metal that needs to be ripped off historic sites. So we hope that will happen. Anyway, we really appreciated that grant and the fact that we had them, and we also appreciated, I contacted Candace and we worked with having a display out in the lobby, and we hope that we might have a brief photo opportunity with you people outside. We can hold them and maybe just take a picture to show our appreciation and your involvement in helping us with this word-of-mouth public art. And just so you know, the aluminum pieces that are to go on top are now out for manufacture. So we are like 80% there.
Great, thank you. How long is the display up for? Do we know how long we're having the display up for here at City Hall?
I think it's going to be up. Where's Candace is here? There she is.
Miss Dennison, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah.
We are keeping the display in City Hall for at least a month, potentially more. We'll see what timing works.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Great. So you wanted to do a photo with council here quick?
Yes, we wanted to do a really quick photo op.
Yep.
We were told that might be possible, so let's go do it.
Absolutely. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick recess and we'll come back at 9:25 to provide an opportunity for council to go out with the Chestermere Historical Foundation to do this photo.
Thank you so
Great.
much.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, we're just finishing up our council recognitions and announcements, and I'm now going to be turning to Councillor Narayan, because Councillor Narayan has an announcement to make about another event that is happening this Saturday. Councillor Narayan.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. And also doing various crime prevention initiatives. So this Saturday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., the members of the Police Communications Committee will be out in full force, armed with security screws. So we'll be putting security screws on license plate. It's of course free for anyone that wishes to have those put on the vehicles. In case you're wondering what they are, these are special screws that we put on your license plates so that they don't get stolen, and you don't want your stolen plates to be used on another vehicle that is then used to commit a crime. So we'll be out on the Safeway parking lot from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll see a nice bright tent. So please do stop by and let us put on a screw on your vehicle. I do have another matter, and this I'm going to look to you, Your Worship, for some direction. Another thing that came out of the Police Communications Committee was a request to administration to put out more education when it comes to e-scooters. I do understand that this is something that council is in discussions right now, but if there's a way to put some form of education out there for youth and families, really anyone, to prevent, to educate them, and of course prevent any accidents from happening.
Great, thank you. I'm going to turn to CAO Edney on these two items. The first one, I think, is rather straightforward, I think. So, Mr. Edney, my first question is, would it be possible, through you to our communications team, I believe that there was a motion that was made at Police Communications about a desire to see the event on Saturday promoted on the city social media channels to just raise some awareness. So I'm just wondering, through you, if that's a matter that administration could just pick up and do, or would a further motion from council be needed? It was just a request from the committee to have that promoted on our social media channels going into Saturday's event, and I do believe that Councillor Narayan has all the information that he could provide to administration as needed. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Dean. Yep, that's something we can do.
Okay, and no motion needed. You guys can just take care of that?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. On the second one, this is something that we're seeing, certainly that I'm seeing in a number of municipalities. I have seen, specifically, I saw Strathmore come out with some messaging here in the past couple of weeks. I know that many municipalities across Alberta are talking about and discussing e-scooters right now. So, Mr. Edney, I'm wondering about this request that's coming with regards to safety and e-scooters and an educational piece out on our coming from the city. What could that look like? What are some possibilities with that? What information could even Councillor Narayan bring back to police communications with regards to this, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Through you, I think I'd need to talk a bit more with the team on exactly what we would want to put out. I understand the concerns are, of course, riding on the sidewalks fast, not stopping at crosswalks, not wearing helmets, all those kind of things. So I'd probably want to circle back with the CPOs potentially and some of the other staff just to see what are the problems we're seeing out there, what are the complaints we're getting, and then we can craft some messaging around that just to remind people of proper e-scooter usage.
Okay. Do you think that there is enough time to bring back? I don't think we'd be looking for a full report, but to bring back an answer to Councillor Narayan's request with this, and that it's really not his request, he's bringing it on behalf of the Police Communications Committee. Do you think it'd be possible to bring back an answer on communication to the July 14th council meeting? Mr. Redney?
Yeah, we can do that.
What do you see that looking like? Do we need a motion from council directing administration? That feels like a bit more of a motion, but how do you see that playing out, Mr. Redney?
Yeah, I think a motion would be appropriate. It's a little bit more comprehensive than promoting just, simply reposting or posting quick information on an event. So if you made a motion directing us to bring back some information on how we might communicate those issues, we can do that for July 14th.
Okay. Josh, I'm going to take a swing at an organic motion here. Council direct administration to bring back a response to the request from the Police Communications Committee on communications about e-scooter safety in the city of Chestermere. Mr. Eddy, how does that fit with you? To the July 14th regular meeting of council. Does that work? Councillor Ryan, you good with that? Okay. Council, any questions about the wording? Okay, Councillor Ryan, would you like to bring that motion?
Yes.
Councillor Ryan?
Yes, I move that Council direct administration to bring back a response to the request from the Police Communications Committee on communications about e-scooter safety in the city of Chestermere to the July 14th, 2026 regular meeting of council.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just looking to council to see if we've covered off all the items that we had for this morning for recognitions and announcements. Thank you. With that, I believe now we will move to a public input. And so for public input, I do have Mr. Fred Deere, who has signed up to come and bring a short commentary to council here this morning. So because this is a regular meeting of council and not a gap meeting, which particular item on the agenda are you speaking to today?
10.53.
10.53. Give me 1 second. So this is the transitional residential TRR. Awesome. Thank you. Could I get you to take a half a step to your left so that you're speaking into the mic? Awesome. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Sure. Seeing how I did not get to speak to most of the council members at the open house last week, I prepared a written letter that outlines basically a full summary of what's gone on with TRR from the first time it was presented in 2015. When it was, the application at that time was denied by appeal because of things that were not done through the annexation agreement. And from there, we subsequently made another application in 2019, which it took until 2023 to get conditional approval. And then the TRR was finally my TRR was finally approved in 2025. So it was an 11-year process to get this through, and it works. We've shown the city how it works, why it works, and what it was for to promote development in the acreage areas, which have been frozen to development since Chestermere annexed us in 2009. So I'd like to pass out this letter to everybody. Hopefully you'll have time to view it before we come back for the scheduled open house. Deal with the issues that the city's having with promoting and developing the acreage areas. The city.
Sorry. Just before making commentary, just make sure we go back on the mic so that it's caught. Thank you.
This report outlines the deferred and lost revenue by the city over this 11-year timeline, it's substantial, and council needs to look at it. Also, this area is one of the most prime areas for development to the city right now to generate revenues by developing it, and it's time that the council and administration looked at forming some type of a committee to somehow get service extensions from Aspenmere Road to Paradise, to up to Windermere Road, which allows for 65 acres readily developable, which is it's 32.5 hectares, which will generate under Section 22 of the OSL levies almost $14.3 million to service these 65 acres. And that is just a quarter of the revenues and the money that has been lost by ignoring the North Acreage area. So in that submission, hopefully you'll take the time to read my report, and we'll be back for the open hearing before second and third reading.
Great, thank you. I'm going to turn to Director Chaniak. I have a couple of questions. Do you have something in your hat? Thank you. Director Chaniak, I just have a couple of questions about this. I try not to step on, I don't think you've been ignored. I think we've had multiple meetings. So I do push back a little bit on the language of ignored. We continue, so I have some encouragement on some things here, but I really struggle with the language that you've been ignored. Just knowing how much staff time has been put in, how we continue to work on this. And I don't think a council, any council, in any circumstance, can be held responsible for the actions and conduct of another council. So I understand that for you, it's been 11 years. I've sat in this seat for 2. This council has sat in this seat for 2. And I know the multiple times that I personally have met with you. And so I don't think you're being ignored. To Councillor Chaniak, I wanted to open up the opportunity for, there's an idea that, so one of the things that I said last week was at the public hearing, I did make mention that we may not have 100% buy-in from all of the acreage owners. I think that that comment may have gotten taken a little bit of context, and so I want to talk about, I want to ignore, not talk about the other areas right now, okay? I want to talk specifically about the North Acreage area. So we're not going to talk about East Acreages right now, although in theory this works, but let's, to Fred's concern, I want to talk about just the North Acreage areas just for a moment. If the North Acreages, sorry, one moment, if the North Acreages, all of the residents in the North Acreages supported development, could the city work with the residents, or how can you talk about the process of what it would look like if there was 100% buy-in from all of them? Could we simply, and simply being maybe the wrong word, but simplistically put, could we just put in an ASP for that area, which would then essentially move everything forward if there was 100% buy-in from all of the residents in the North Acreage area? Because I believe that one of the things that's held this up is that, but if we have different information that there's 100% support, is that a possibility that we could work on specifically for North Acreages? Director Chandiok.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I was smiling because you called me Councillor Chandiok, and I was like, hoo.
Did I? Sorry.
So on that note, regarding the ASP, it is council's mandate to consider, approve, or refuse ASPs. Administration's job is to prepare ASPs and bring it to council. As for owner support, this is not mandatory. You can have 10% of the owners supporting an ASP. You can have 100% of the owners supporting an ASP. You can have 0% of the owners supporting an ASP. But given the powers that have been accorded to council under the MGA, council is the decision-making authority, which means you as council get the authority to say yes or no to any policy documentation that administration bring forward to you. Now, with that said, Would it be good to have 100% of the property owners on board when you're preparing an ASP? Of course, yes. But in all likelihood, would you always have 100% of the owners supporting an ASP? I've never seen that happen. You'll always have someone who's not necessarily supporting a policy documentation because it doesn't necessarily go in accordance with their plan of how they want to live their life and how they want to develop their land. In terms of north acreages, I've seen properties that are big acreages, like 10-acre land, 5-acre land, and then there are parcels that are 2 acres that have a house on it. They're well developed, and some of them have been in decent shape, which means the houses are there, you don't need to bring them down or anything. And in those cases, I doubt any of those owners would support a densification ASP because, they chose to live on that land because it offered certain level of, I guess, comfort and was in accordance with their idea of how they wanted to live. Now, if we go ahead and densify that area or prepare an ASP that densifies that area, those owners might not support it. On the contrary, if someone has a raw piece of land that is about 10 acres that they're sitting on, they may want to densify that land. So you'll never have, what I'm trying to get at is you'll never have 100% of support regardless, either way. If you were to prepare an ASP, we can do that. Council becomes the decision-making authority. The residents, landowners get to support it, get to oppose it. You will never, ever have 100%, I guess, support for a policy documentation, but council ultimately becomes the approving authority or the authority that sort of prepares and implements policies for a particular area. That's how the ASP process goes.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we do as council all the time is we make decisions knowing that, we can't put up or take down a stop sign without 100% support in either direction, let alone an ASP. However, I think in a quick conversation that happened just previous to this, there's been an indication that there may be more support in North Acreages than the city is aware of right now for development. So that's why I wonder if the next logical step is for the city to be made aware of the level of support that is within North Acreages and perhaps specific again to North Acreages, that maybe that next step is the ASP.
To the chair, I haven't necessarily seen or spoken to in my time here with a lot of members of North Acreages. I was in the open house. Something that I heard actually was contrary to an ASP, which was surrounding, we bought this land considering that there will not be much development surrounding us. And so we do not want that development is what I'd heard in the open house. Now, that was a verbal conversation that I had with the residents in the area. That does not necessarily put me in either direction in terms of taking a sort of inclination on whether people want it or not want it. In my time here, again, I have only, I guess, spoken to one or two residents, or one or two residents have come forward with the idea of densification. Outside of that, I have not seen anyone come forward with the idea of densification. Now, that is not to say that there aren't other people who aren't in support of this, or there are people who aren't supportive. I just haven't seen them or met them, nor have I seen any written documentation to say in North Acreages we are 200 residents, and out of these 200, here's a letter signed by 160 residents to say that we are in support of an ASP. Even if we were to get that, we would consider the long-term impact of preparing an ASP, and at that point, we'll probably bring it to council, at which point council can direct administration whether or not to choose to go ahead with an ASP, because it is going to require resources, it is going to require time, effort, money, all of that stuff is going to go into that process. But in my time, like I said here, I haven't necessarily seen a lot of residents come forward with that demand or ask for an ASP for that area.
Okay. Fred, I'm going to color outside the lines a little bit and just provide you an opportunity for just a quick comment or question that you may have had there.
I'd like to correct you with, about being ignored. I would say we haven't been heard. The city, we have met with them numerous times in the last decade, even 11, what's 12 years now. I've met with Mr. Such, along with more than 2 members discussing the densification of this area. I'd also like to point out to him that there are lots in the North Acreage area that are not 2 acres. And those people have chosen, because they cannot access the TRR and they cannot access your new DCR, which is restrictive in very nature. And they have voiced an opinion that they don't want development because they can't develop. The rules aren't there for them. And there's one other person who is a tenant, and he's been boisterous. He's not a landowner, he's a tenant. So I want you get people to make sure that you know that also the North Acreage area should be quadranted, because 1/4 of it is ready for servicing. The rest is going to take a long time. And I believe right now, from what I just heard from Mr. Chinwak, that we're just reinventing this wheel again.
Director Chediak?
Through the chair, 2 points of clarity that I'd like to provide. Number one is, when we plan for areas, we don't specifically plan for 1 resident or 2 residents or 5 residents of the area. Planning and development is a bigger picture thing, which means the city gets to decide or chooses which pathway does it want to take for a specific area. It is not necessarily to support or not support 1 or more residents. That can be a consideration 100%, but when we plan for areas, we don't necessarily, that's not the only factor, that one of the residents will get to subdivide their land. At an ASP level, subdivision is one part of it. The bigger picture, the bigger part of it is, how do we see ourselves 20 years from now? And what's the vision for that area for 20 years from now? Do we want to see it developed? Do we not want to see it developed? Or is it good in the state that it is in? Is it significant? Is it going to require significant infrastructure improvements? Do we have the resources? Do we not have the resources? Does the residents have the resources to be able to do it? Those are the considerations that we would have as the planning authority when we are planning for an area. We don't specifically go for Mr. Fred would get his subdivision approval. While we would want to make that happen, it's not necessarily the only consideration that we would have when we're planning. It's a bigger, much higher level conversation when we plan for areas. Outside of that, Mr. Fred, I've met with Mr. Fred a few times. I have met with him on different occasions, but my only, and this is not to counter your argument in any way or form, my recollection of meeting with him is I've seen him and I've seen another gentleman who's from North Acreages. Outside of that, I've only seen members who are from East Acreages. So I haven't seen a lot of, again, public coming in with the idea of preparing an ASP. Like I said, even if public wanted an ASP or residents wanted an ASP, that discretion rests with council. It's not a decision. Now, that is not to say that the residents cannot come forward with a proposal for an ASP. If the residents wanted to create an ASP of their own, they can form a union, a club, a group, and come forward with an ASP to council and say, council, this is an ASP that we have prepared for this area. This is how we would like to see it develop. And if everybody's on board, council can consider that ASP. ASPs are not only necessarily prepared by the cities, they are also prepared by developers or residents or landowners. So that opportunity 100% still exists. If residents wanted to come forward and prepare an ASP for their land for, a group, and if they can demonstrate that XYZ can happen, I don't think, I don't want to speak for this council, but the council will have to sort of consider that application and say yes or no to it, regardless of what the decision is, but you'll have to still consider that application. So that's also an avenue that the residents can exercise if they choose to have an ASP for that area.
So I'm going to bring this back into the lines of public input, and I'm going to make some suggestions. Number one, my first suggestion is I don't want to presuppose a vote, but I would be surprised if this goes differently. We have some motions that are coming forward to us later on today as part of this meeting for us to book a public hearing for later in July. I believe the proposed date is July 28th, but I want to be careful because I don't want to presuppose a vote. Should that vote go and should a public hearing be booked for July 28th, I would highly encourage you that darn near right after, if that's approved, to provide that letter again via email to Legislative Services, because then that letter becomes part of public record. I know that people may or may not like bureaucracy and the way that legislation works, but council needs to work under legislation because that's what tells us how we're supposed to work. So absolutely, I cannot commit for other councillors. I will read your letter. I will absolutely take this information in. If you want this to be a part of public record, should that motion pass today, I don't know if it will pass today. I highly encourage you to then submit this letter as part of the public hearing process, because then it becomes a matter of public record, number one. Number two, between now and then, should that motion pass, I would also further encourage you. The city is kind of like giving you a lot of hints here this morning as to ways that you could proceed. And if I were a North Acreage owner interested in development, what I might do between now and the possible public hearing, I cannot presuppose a vote, and I'm willing to say all of this again when it comes to the time of the voting. Have a letter come back that is signed by as many North Acreages as you have, if there's an interest in them doing an ASP, because then it gives council a different consideration, right? So those are my two recommendations. Take and do with them what you will. I also cannot presuppose how a vote's going to go later on today. But I would encourage you to think about the ideas that have been provided by the city on some paths forward that would follow legislative process. Sure, final comment.
Okay. We will be back to deal with this through the public hearing, and that will become public record.
Perfect.
For sure. As for an ASP, since 2015, we've been told that we don't need an ASP to develop the property. The TRR was put in place to avoid that and showed gradual densification in a hope to be able to stir up even more densification. That property needs to be developed, and the city needs the revenues.
Thank you. I'm going to cut you off there. You are absolutely right. You do not, you're going to like half my statement, but you're not going to like the second half. You are absolutely right. You do not need an ASP to develop. That is absolutely true. What I am saying is that if according to a statement that you made to me offline, if 100% of North Acreages is looking at doing that, a possible easier path to development of the area is an ASP, because it is your opinion that that area needs to be developed. And if you have support of that within there, I would highly encourage you to bring back the evidence thereof to this council for council to be able to make a further informed decision. Sorry, I'm going to end the back and forth. I don't think I can be more clear about providing you a solution. The mayor and administration just outlined a solution for you. I would say to you, do with that as you will between now and the possible public hearing that may be coming. Okay. I received a note from administration that there may be somebody else that is wanting to speak as part of public input, and I believe Mr. Colin Gill is coming forward with a presentation. Mr. Gill, good morning.
My name is Colin Gill. I resigned on Paradise Road, 243-059, and I also have a partnership with 243-211 and 243-229. So that combines a total of 25 acres of land that I have access to, I guess, or whichever way you want to put it. But, you know, one of the things I wanted to appreciate, I know your comments in regards to this. So we started this in 2023, the TRR. There has been a lot of work, you know, no doubt about it. I think the community, just to kind of, you guys know, but it's 56 acres of north acreages. That's how big the acreage property is. 68 owners. So that's 68 owners on Paradise Road side and Rainbow side. And we do know that Rainbow side is going to take another 4 or 5 years to develop, right? So we're talking about Paradise Road side, 36 residents, okay? Out of the 36, we have 32 residents that I'm part of the North Acreages unofficial association group, okay? So that's what it is. So just to kind of say that, you know, there's a lot of comments around, you know, people say wanting development, people don't wanting development. Again, I point out to Soch's comment there, it's not everybody that needs to, but it also needs to be, you know, we have residents that just built a brand new house in the 2 acres. We know that they're not going to develop. You know, I have a conversation with that, and he has no problem, but he just, you know, I would be the same thing, right? So I think that's where it becomes is that we really need to kind of look at it. ASP, yes, you know, in 2015, if you pull up your own records, $236,000 it was going to cost for ASP. So that's 2015. Now we're in 2026. So just do the numbers, okay? It's going to be over $500,000, okay? And out of that survey, there was only 5 owners that said no to development. And they were on the Paradise acreage side, right beside where I live. And they were here today, this morning. So, and majority of those residents, out of the 5, we bought 3 of them, okay? So only few are left now, right? So, but I think at the end of the day, we can argue who's going to develop, who's not going to develop, unless we do a survey or unless we do something and say, hey, this is what we're doing. Are you in or not? Right? That's the one point. And the other point is looking at what we want out of these acreages. That's the whole solution, right? Do we want to spend an ASP, wait for 3 years? We've been waiting since 2023 or 2015. ASP, $500,000. What does it cost to put in services from Paradise, from Marina all the way down to Chestermere Drive? Okay. What's the fastest way to do it? Right? And the other one is, I don't know if all of you guys know, I live there. The traffic is really like ask any of the peace officers, 129 kilometers an hour on Paradise Road. He got pulled over. His daughter was not wearing a seatbelt. 129 on Paradise Road in the 50 zone. That's only not even a one. There's multiple ones. And I was trying to get a data from them. Safety is a concern. Now in the summer, kids are driving their, scooters, bicycles on Paradise Road. No lights, right? So aside from safety aspect of things, aside from development things, what are we going to do? Like, how do we want that street to look like? That street is like literally coming into Chestermere. People that come from out of town, they take that road. They miss the main entrance to that, right? So, I think that's where my point is, really look at the numbers. Look at what we want to do. It's no doubt about it that you guys have been working together as well as we have been. And the recent conversation I had with few councillors was that we, when we look at ASP, another part is that, Mark is not here, but when you guys look at your stormwater.
I am going to need you to wrap it up.
Okay, wrap it up. Just the stormwater, it is divided up between 2 sections as well, right? So that is what we're trying to focus on the top section here, because we know that there's 55 acres of developmental land there, and the bottom is on a different section. So that has to be divided away. So that's all I had for you guys.
Thank you. I guess I would just have the same comment of I am not saying that the ASP is the solution. And if anyone's heard that, I don't know how you heard that because I never said it. What I am saying is that you have said a similar comment that I want to capture. And that is in 2015 it was this, and now it's this, and now there are less of those owners. The city having that, whether that be in writing on signed documents that is like demonstrates that it is those addresses, any of those particular things certainly helps in the decision making process, right? And so I don't know how much more clear I can be with regards to that. So I'm going to go to Councilor Warzanowski and then Director Chaniok, and then we are going to need to move on because we do have a rather packed agenda today. And this is coming back as a debatable item for Council here later on today. Councilor Warzanowski.
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. I was going to reinforce some of the commentary on what you suggested. What I like about, through the chair to you, Mr. Gill, Colin, you've simplified that there may be an opportunity for a specific group of residents. And we have one job up here as council, is to represent our residents. If you have a majority of residents that want to move forward with anything, bring it forward and do it as formally as you can. I would suggest, as the mayor has, do it as formally as you can, and let's find out what the challenges are. And then it'll come to council resolution. As opposed to looking at a greater picture that may be more complex. For example, all of the acreages, north, south, east, or otherwise, whether it's TRR or any mechanism. I know as a councillor, I'd gladly look at an opportunity if the majority of residents in a specific area would look at that, regardless of what happened over the last 18 years. So I appreciate your clarification today. Thank you.
Yeah, and yes, and it's providing that clarification in a form of writing with a signing off thereof of the people involved. Director Chaniok.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a point of clarity. I'm not 100% sure on the intent of the ASP. If the idea surrounding the ASP is that it'll make development happen, then it doesn't work like that. ASPs provide an overarching policy direction on how that area is going to get developed. It does not mean that you still, as a landowner, you still do not have to go through the process of rezoning. It does not mean the city is going to install services. You still are the developer, and you'll still, as landowner, will have to install services. You'll still have to do the detailed engineering design for any of those parcels. So ASP, having an ASP or not having an ASP does not necessarily change the development process. Having an ASP gives you a little bit more clarity on how that area is going to get developed as a whole, but it does not necessarily in any way or form stop development. You can still rezone, you can still install services, you'll still have to go through all the steps regardless of having an ASP or not. The purpose of ASP is only to set the high level direction of how that area is going to get developed. That is it. Outside of that, the infrastructure cost, the rezoning, the development costs, subdivision, all of it is still going to be borne by the landowners. And so if the intent of the area is actually to develop a vision for intent of the conversation is to actually develop a vision for how that area is going to get developed, then the ASP conversation is a relevant one. But if the idea is it is going to enable development in any way or form, it is not the intent of the ASP. That's not why ASPs are prepared. So I just wanted to provide that clarity while this conversation is ongoing.
No, thank you. And that's exactly what I was getting at. I know, like, one of the things that I appreciate about you the most, Director Chaniok, is the clarity that you bring, whether offline or online. education that you've given me in this role, because it's a lot to learn when you sit in this chair, for whether you're the mayor or councillors, and so I appreciate that. I am in no, and if that was heard, then I apologize for misrepresenting it. I in no way was suggesting that the ASP then unlocks development. That is not what I was suggesting in any way, shape, or form. What I was suggesting is it does provide the possibility of clarity for what that area could look like, and to Councillor Warzanowski's point, that if there's a possibility of separating in a way that the three areas of the acreages, if you will, and if the majority of north acreages area is looking to go and looking for clarity as to what an overall plan could look like, that's exactly what I've been getting at for the last 20 minutes. That's what I am suggesting. Absolutely, and I apologize if there was a misunderstanding. I certainly did not mean in any way, shape, or form that automatically, good, we have an ASP, development happens. That is certainly not what I meant. And so if that was heard by the residents, and I apologize, because that's not even the process. So thank you for clarifying that, Director Chen. Councillor Warzanowski, and then we do need to move on. Councillor Warzanowski.
Yeah, the only comment I make, having certain properties already serviceable is a game changer for decision making. So we can't reinforce it enough. Let's get organized, bring it to council, and let's move forward, especially if there's these sweet spots of development that may be feasible for residents who want it. Thank you.
Mr. Gill, I'll give you a final comment.
Final comment. So yes, thank you for coming back. The only point was looking at the cost and analysis.
Sure.
Right? So I still believe that this Paradise area is most revenue generating for the city of Chestermere, with less cost involved. That's all I'm going to leave it out with, because if you look generally throughout Chestermere, where can the city make the most money or revenue out of it is Paradise Road, to my believing. That's all I want to leave it to you guys. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate it. Okay. I think we need a motion here to accept the information presented at the public hearing. Sorry, public input for information. Josh? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Let's move the council accept the public input regarding transitional rural residential TRR for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to tackle maybe one or two here before taking a break. Let's get the possible easy ones out of the way, if you will. So first of all, looking to council if anyone has a need for a declaration of conflict of interest. Seeing none. Awards and proclamations. We do have one proclamation today, and that is for Canadian Multiculturalism Day on June the 27th. So whereas June 27th is Canadian Multiculturalism Day, a day to recognize and honor the rich cultural diversity inherent in Canada's history and society that brought us to this day, and whereas this significant day affords the people of Alberta an opportunity to celebrate the rich cultural mosaic of the province, to recognize the individual contributions from individuals from all backgrounds, and that helps strengthen the vitality and prosperity of our communities. And whereas the city of Chestermere remains committed to fostering a culture of cooperation, equality, and respect, while recognizing and valuing the contributions of diverse multicultural groups and communities. And therefore, I, Shannon Dean, Mayor of the city of Chestermere, do hereby proclaim June 27th, 2026 in the city of Chestermere as Canadian Multiculturalism Day. Okay, with that, can I have council accept the Canadian Multiculturalism Day proclamation for information? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the Canadian Multiculturalism Day proclamation for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We now have the minutes from our June 9th regular meeting of council. Can I have a councillor make a motion to accept the minutes from the June 9th regular meeting of council, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approved the June 9, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Looking for a motion to approve the June 16th Governance and Priorities meeting minutes. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. I actually have an amendment for these minutes.
Okay.
Under item 12.1, it's noted Councillor Sambo declared a conflict of interest pertaining to agenda item 11.4. However, I don't see an 11.4.
Yeah, so I think the 11.4 should read 12.1. No, that's what we went into in camera about. So it's in relation to item 12.1 because that's what we went into in camera about. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. There was another item that was not in closed session that was on the agenda. I'm assuming that's what 11.4 was intended to be, but it maybe just didn't make its way into the minutes.
Sorry, go to Ledge Services.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Councillor Sambo. So just a correction on the declaration on your first concern. So that's 11.4 is actually pertaining to that actual agenda item. So that number matches the actual agenda, not the minutes items. That's why. So the minutes are always going to be different numbering than the agenda when we add different items in. That's where maybe that confusion is coming from.
Councillor Sambo.
If I could, Your Worship, through you, which item is it in the minutes? Because, Your Worship, I believe that was a facility or capital projects update. I believe is where that came out of.
Yeah, I think it's 12.1. The West Chestermere Drive roundabout. Yeah, it's 12.1. So on the agenda, it may have been 11.4, and in the minutes, it's 12.1.
Okay. If Ledge Services is satisfied with that, that's fine. I just want to make sure that it's clear in the minutes why that was declared.
Okay. We're good then? Okay. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, just a pedantic comment. I see on here quite a bit, and maybe I missed it in the other ones. When we call a recess, the note says regular meeting of council, when in fact this was a governance and priorities meeting. So I'm just curious if that can be adjusted based on the meetings that we're in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, they're changing it right now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so can I have a councillor make the motion to approve the June 16, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes as amended with the noted amendment, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that Council approve the June 16th, 2026 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting minutes as amended, change the mention of regular meeting of Council to Governance and Priorities Committee.
Thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Looking to business arising out of the minutes, I just had a quick question on the follow-up. We had approved for me to sign the letter of support from the request from Strathmore, and we had just said that there was a small change that needed to be done to the letter. Looking to administration, I haven't received the letter back yet from Mayor Fuel. I'm wondering if administration has received one, and if not, if administration would like me to reach out to the mayor, or if we'll reach out to Strathmore for the updated. So just looking to our CAO and Ledge Services to see if we'd received that updated copy of the letter. I'm seeing a shaking of head. Okay, so Mr. Eddy, would you like me to reach out to Mayor Fuel and ask for the updated copy? Yes? Okay, so I will reach out to Mayor Fuel and just find out about that. Great, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to suggest that we take a short 10-minute break, and we'll come back at 10:25. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back now to our meeting, and now we're moving on to our next item, which is item 10.1.1, which is the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee recommendations. This is being presented by Miss Emily White. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Emily White with Legislative Services, and today I am presenting on behalf of the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee. As they, on May 21st, they made 2 recommendations to Council, and they are just looking for these 2 recommendations to be considered. So the first one is they are just looking to add a couple display cabinets here at City Hall just to display a few artifacts. As to add a little bit of color of this right now is there are a number of artifacts sitting and being stored here at City Hall. However, they are not being adequately displayed. Members of the public are not able to view them. And so the Heritage Advisory Committee is just recommending that we have a couple cabinets to be displayed. And in conjunction, we would also work with the Historical Foundation. And the second recommendation that came from this May 21st meeting was for Council to consider supporting and hosting a 50-year anniversary event in 2027 that the Heritage Advisory Committee would work on. And from the administrative side, we are just looking for potentially a motion to look into the feasibility of both of these, as there would be some potential cost, financial implications, and resource implications. I may also lead on to both of the councillors who sit on this committee if they have anything further to add to this report.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Edney on this. So there's clearly a budget implication on the first one. And this one to me feels very much like an administrative process in terms of, well, this is admin's work. So how would you see us tackling this one at the moment? How would you see us tackling this one at the moment, Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, if council's open to this idea, I'd make the motion for us to do that. Then if we have any budget considerations that we do need to bring back to council, like i.e. we need to buy these display cases. I don't know if we have some in the basement or something that could be repurposed or something that could get donated, but we could go figure that out and get this task done. And then if there's any budget considerations, we'll just bring that back as part of our regular process.
Yeah, I think we've had a strong focus on wanting to celebrate our history. We've talked a lot about the idea of strong communities as they move into their future really build on their past, and I see this as playing off of that, and I would certainly welcome if any councillor, but especially one of the 2 councillors, I believe it's Councillor Grant and Councillor Sambo, who sit on this committee. If Councillor Grant or Councillor Sambo want to bring forward a motion, literally that council directed administration to consider adding display cabinets that like just basically adapt the wording of this, then I think that so looking to, do I have a councillor that would like to make the following motion? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I was laughing as Josh slowly dragged the motion across the screen as you were talking. I move that council direct administration to add display cabinets in the lobby of City Hall that will display and identify historical items of significance and collaborate with the Chestermere Historical Foundation on the dimensions of the display cabinet.
Mr. any concerns with the wording of the motion? Nope. Okay. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one comment. I love this one, no problem. I will definitely support. But for the future, not now, but it's for the long term. Don't we, we have to consider museum, so even on a smaller, because I want this history to keep, because even any time we go to even smaller municipality or smaller village, they always have small museums, so their history is there. So we don't have something like that. This is, I would love to, if administration or how this is possible for the future, I would love to bring this forward.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I can speak to that a little bit as one of the members of the committee. 100,000% yes. So the Historical Foundation has been doing work related to historical artifacts and preservation of artifacts for many, many years, but the city's role has been really ad hoc until this committee was put in place. So it is a conversation that the committee has had, and some of the steps that we've taken towards that include getting an understanding of how the digital management system, digital asset management system is working, to see if that can support some archival information. And then also we invited a member of staff who's responsible for that function to come and let the committee know what is happening at the city. I think the major barrier right now, just with most things, is space and cost. But it's one of the items on our list of what to do. The priorities that council has approved for this committee include a retention policy for artifacts, and that plays into that. So as part of that work, that would be the direction that the committee was intending to make, or intending to advise council on, is in the future what that could look like.
Great, thank you for that comment. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the motion? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. There was a second suggestion that was in here. Council to consider supporting the city in hosting 2027 50-year anniversary event. I would love to see this added as part of our 2027 events calendar. We had become a 10-year city last year, and would have loved to have seen us capitalize on that opportunity to celebrate the 10 years. So with that, us celebrating a 50-year anniversary for this, celebrating the city of Chestermere, I think would be a fantastic idea, and would love to see a motion that council direct administration to add a 50-year anniversary event to the 2027 events calendar. So Josh, if I could have that motion, please. Thank you. Do I have a councillor that would like to make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council direct administration to add a 50-year anniversary event to the 2027 events calendar.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Deputy Mayor. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now moving to item 10.2.1, which is policy 862, creating access and partnering in recreation policy, being presented by Ms. Kathy Russell, Special Projects, and Kylie Hoskins, Manager of Corporate Facilities and Recreation. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Please note that all of my comments shall be made through the CAO to your worship and all members of council. My presentation will be 5 minutes or so. Basically, I'd like to highlight a few items in the policy and then open it up for discussion. As background, the policy was originally reviewed by the Recreation Committee. We had pretty good discussions, and then it also was internally circulated. So we had paralegal and ledge services, various departments providing feedback. It also went to the CRCA and the golf course membership group. So there has been several sets of eyes on the policy. The purpose of the policy is to start to think about how, as a city, having a documented policy so that we can identify our priorities as a municipality, in particular as far as how we work with our partners. Hold on, I'll just get this. So the policy provides a clear framework for developing partnerships in a formal way. It also speaks to a philosophical statement about the importance of accessibility for recreation, because that is a primary role of municipalities, even more so than provinces or the federal government or any other organization. Municipalities have a very important role to play in recreation, and it provides guidance to ensure that the city safeguards its investments and also behaves as a good steward. The only point I wanted to make about this slide is that this is the first policy we have, and it's fairly broad in some areas. I had done that intentionally because, I suspect that we'll grow into it and it will definitely change and be a living document that needs to be updated. So a few things I wanted to mention about it. One is about the comment here, municipally owned and partner funded recreation assets cannot be held for the exclusive use of a specific membership over an extended period of time. The intention is not to be restrictive, but it's intended to convey the priority that when the public or partners are using municipal assets, the idea is to promote public participation and, the public good for as many people as possible. So Schedule A or Schedule 4 speaks to examples, and there are lots of different examples that would apply. And at the bottom, it also speaks to the fact that we need to think about the different types of recreation amenities that are out there. So a golf course would be very different than a recreation facility or a soccer pitch. So we need to have that flexibility. The second point is around the reference to the access to recreation as it relates to the long-term athletic development model, which is established by the Canadian Sport for Life Society. More and more across the country, clubs, municipalities, different groups are starting to use this as a framework, and it's a really strong framework that speaks to the development of children in particular, and youth in sport. So it serves as a good model to kind of overlay when we're looking at access policies, or if we're looking at scheduling policies or investment approaches, that type of thing. So specifically, it speaks to the fact that as a municipality, we would be delivering and supporting at the grassroots stages of development, and that at the higher levels, which would be national, high performance, elite participation or training, that we would typically do that in partnership with other organizations or bodies. So it does provide some clarity, but again, pretty general about what would our role be. And primarily it's grassroots, but it doesn't exclude any level, as long as it would really depend on the model that were to be involved. Oh, sorry. The next point I wanted to make was about the definition of what I call social recreation organizations. In some cases, some municipalities limit their partnerships to nonprofit organizations. And in this case, it does not. So for-profit organizations are also included in the definition. And that was done intentionally so that should we be interested in working with, future ICE for-profit organizations, that would be open. It gives us the greatest degree of flexibility. And then with respect to leases and license of occupations, there are several pages dedicated to this topic. Just as background, what I did in this area was Calgary has hundreds and hundreds of partnerships, and they have multiple different departments that interact with these partner groups. So I spent quite a bit of time talking to different departments about how do they do it, what are the issues, what lessons have they learned. So from that, I pulled out what I would call the basics and put that in the document. It didn't include, the policy doesn't include, of course, the level of detail that would have been included in Calgary's policies. And then, as you saw, there are different schedules at the back that reference, different clauses in the policy that are to provide more detail. So those are the points that I wanted to raise and bring to your attention. And if there are any other if you have questions or comments, I pass it back to the chair.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Edney and Ms. Russell. Thank you for the presentation, for all the work. I know a lot of folks have provided feedback on this. Would you mind discussing a little bit more about what the feedback was from the parties who reviewed the document, the Recreation Committee specifically, but also other parties? What was their feedback and changes or updates to the document? Broadly, Kathy, not itemized.
Okay, that's a... So with respect to feedback from the Recreation Committee, there were several clauses that were added. For example, in one of the schedules, it speaks to data collection and the importance of having the opportunity to develop an agreement whereby we had access to certain data that was also obviously recognizing PIPEDA and everything that needed to be considered in terms of privacy. There were, putting me on the spot here, Councillor Sambo, in terms of the feedback from the committee. I would open that up to other committee members as well to provide feedback.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Apologies, Ms. Russell. So I having sat in most of those meetings, and Councillor Grant would have even more perspective, there was some discussion around the level of detail to put into the document. And I know for myself, also knowing how this organization, being the City of Chestermere and its council, tend to operate, we like really actionable things. And so I appreciated having Schedule 4 added, where it lays out, for example, what agreements would actually look like with third parties. But there was some conversation between subject matter experts about the level of detail to put into these documents. So maybe another way of asking on that particular question is, what is the value of having, a more high order framework level document like this versus something really in depth as our first document that we approve?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there are a couple of points. One is having the flexibility at this stage is important to have when we move forward working with partners. The detail will always come in the form of agreements that we establish with partners or through leases. So this is really an overarching policy that would guide what might go in those documents. The other point is when we think about access to recreation, it is on a spectrum. So for example, as a municipality, and most municipalities in Canada care a lot about grassroots participation and access for everybody. And so this policy definitely leans towards that as compared to a heavy emphasis on sport tourism or a heavy emphasis on private-public partnerships, which it really doesn't speak to at all. So this is really what I would call the first policy that matters with respect to having consensus amongst council members about what it means to be doing recreation at the grassroots level and really framing up that accessibility importance.
Great, thank you. Mr. Ed, I just wanted to confirm something quickly, and I have a couple comments to our CAO with regards to this. First of all, can you just confirm that the third-party operator for the golf course is a not-for-profit? Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. No, they aren't.
Okay.
Not right now.
Because the document says that it is. So the first page of the document says, 2 of the newly acquired properties are operated by third-party non-profit organizations. And later in the document, it talks about the golf course being one of those. I did not think that the golf course was a non-profit.
Not right now. We're operating it in the spirit of a non-profit.
Sure.
But it is not technically a non-profit or not-for-profit entity.
Thank you. I just want to confirm that. To you, Mr. Edney and Ms. Russell, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate the work that has gone on and the collaboration that has been done with this. There was a statement that was made that that it's broad on purpose and may need to be updated. My personal feeling, and I'm willing to bring forward a motion as such, is that this is too broad and isn't specific enough, and I am concerned that it isn't actionable enough. And I would actually like to see us make a motion to send back this particular item to administration. I'm hoping to not have to be overly specific in terms of concerns that I have with that, but the broadness of this and the, in my opinion, feeling that it's too broad. And so if we were to send it back, I would like to just send it back to administration. What possibly, Mr. Edney, could that look like? Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. So, as Ms. Russell noted, it was intentionally kept somewhat broad because this is a first crack at creating this type of policy document. As I read through it, I agree there's probably some spaces where it could be a little more prescriptive. When we write a policy, especially a policy that would be a council policy, that policy should be a guiding document for myself and then the rest of administration to understand exactly what council is looking for as we move forward through whatever that is, budgeting, bylaws, etc. So I'm not sure that this, as you've just pointed out, necessarily captures enough of that. Having said that, I don't have any ideas off the top of my head as we're talking here right now, but we could take it back and look for that general approach of making it a little bit more prescriptive on how we operate, knowing what we know right now going forward, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I view this as a first swing, but not necessarily a first swing that I would approve. In terms of the first swing. And so that's, I do appreciate the first swing that's been taken at this. Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Adney. I think one of the things was, because I do serve on that on the RAC committee, and this particular policy didn't necessarily come out of a council resolution where we specified as to how prescriptive it needs to be. So which is why I think, why it is as broad as it is. So I do agree, some more substance would be great. However, it's also important that we describe how prescriptive we want it to be, what areas, and what that exercise will look like. Is this, as members of council, we should maybe go through this policy again and send suggestions to Mr. Adney, or however we do it. But I think we need to set administration for success here by giving them a bit more substance and guidance as to what exactly it is that we're looking for.
Yeah, thank you. Since I was the one who kind of originally waded into these waters, I'll respond to that. What I would say is I would like the policy to meet the goal as described by Mr. Edney, that when we have a policy that he as CAO is able to go through his executive leadership team, down through his managers, down through the rest of the staff, and they have a full understanding of how to action said policy. And our CAO has already said that he doesn't necessarily feel that this is doing that at the moment. I also fully endorse and appreciate and support the comment that you made of council providing suggestions. I think it would be disingenuous of us to ask this to be sent back, but then not provide some feedback. And if our CAO is okay with it, I'm going to call on our CAO if it would be okay for council to provide specific feedback and suggestion ideas via email to administration should this be sent back, if he would see that as an appropriate way for us to provide that feedback at this time, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Through you to council. Yeah, I think that would be greatly helpful to us.
Okay.
And we can incorporate the feedback. I mean, there are some parts that I wouldn't change in here, but
Agreed.
There are some parts that probably we should strengthen up a little bit. And then we can bring that back for your input and for your debate in the public setting. But that email would be a great starting point for us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think that's a good plan. Consider this first reading like any other bylaw that we provide a bunch of feedback on. This one's just a policy and doesn't need a first reading. I am curious how that process might affect some of the other work that we have ongoing. So through you to Mr. Edney and then Ms. Russell, perhaps, or actually this might be a Mr. Edney question. I'm not quite sure whose portfolio that's in. But one of the things we're working on is trying to get a multi-year funding agreement going with one of our current third-party operators. And in my opinion, having this in place makes it easier to really meaningfully begin or continue that conversation. Is it possible? I'm not really asking if it's possible. Can we continue those conversations while the work on this policy also continues?
In my opinion, through the Grant Adjudication Committee, absolutely that can happen. And not just through that committee, but we've already committed to looking at our different funding streams that we have for recreation, that we have for not-for-profit. And so I don't see it as a hindrance, but Mr. Edney.
No, thank you, Mayor Dean. I agree with you. Yeah, we can continue to move both along. I don't think we would want to, to Councillor Sandbo's point, approve some sort of multi-year funding or partnership without this policy in place first. But given what we all know, I expect those to move along parallel lines with the same goals and values that should shake out of both of those, I would expect. And I think we can likely get this policy done before we get those, I don't want to use the term negotiation, that's not really the right term, but before we get those discussions with the partner completed anyway. So I think it should still work.
Well, Mr. Edney, would you agree that the multi-year funding piece would be a part of budget process, which would happen in the fall, and we could look at even having this come back possibly by end of July? That'd be tight. But if we had this coming back early September, and then our budgeting process will start shortly after that, then they would essentially work directly in parallel with each other, because I don't see a methodology where the multi-year funding would necessarily be done outside of the budgeting process. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through you to council, that's correct. I know we just approved budget, but we're already in the budget process for next year.
Right.
But to your point, to be advanced where it's going to come to council for some sort of approval isn't going to happen until the fall. So I do agree. If we can get it in by the end of July, we'll shoot for that. But realistically, the first sort of meeting in September might be a good target for this.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to possibly administration, or probably more likely council, actually. So I just want to kind of begin with where this policy came from. And this policy is largely being driven from the purchases that we've made of recreational land, and that those properties have operators on them. And right now there is a void in any documentation regarding how we partner with them, what the values are, when we expect them to come and report to us, all those things. So I completely agree that we can provide some feedback and some fine tuning to the policy that will help administration use it better. Or maybe use it to develop the framework that we're going to use with these partners better. But I wanted to point out that it is important to do this, and even with our new rec center coming along, we're going to have to partner possibly, if that's the recommendation, with a provider. And without us having a document that says what our virtues and what we value is, I don't know what we hold them to at the end of the day. So I just want to say that I appreciate all the feedback that will come from this, and I know it'll make the document even better. So thank you, Mayor Dean.
Thank you. So then I guess with that suggested organic motion here, Josh, if you could help me out with this, would be council direct administration to bring back, no, I'm going to change this. Council send policy number 862, being the creating access and partnering record. Yeah, there we go. Yep. To administration for further review based on the conversation at the June 23rd regular meeting of council, and to bring back to council by the end of September 2026. hopefully shoot for July, but with us having August off, then I think it would be by end of September. So, Mr. Edney, are you good with the wording? Okay. Council, any comments or questions with regards to the wording of the motion? Deputy Mayor Schindler?
So the wording of this is to bring back with the review of the conversations. Are we going to, should we not include the feedback that we're going to send via email?
No, I don't think we have to be prescriptive in how we're doing something. Typically, we're not prescriptive in the how.
Okay.
Right? We've said it's based on the conversations. So that's why that's in there. And part of that conversation was for us to provide feedback via email.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a counselor that would like... do I have a counselor that would like to make the following motion? Counselor Grant.
I move that council send back policy 862, being the proposed creating access and partnering in recreation policy, to administration for further review based on the conversations at the June 23rd, 2026 regular meeting of council, and to bring back to council by the end of September 2026.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. With that, now we're going to item 10.3.1, which is the graffiti art wall installation viability, presented by Ms. Candace Henderson, Director of Strategic Services. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This report comes forward in response to a council motion which directed administration to bring a report on the viability of a graffiti wall installation. To action that motion, we conducted a municipal scan of similar programs, and what we found is that municipalities pursue graffiti walls for two reasons. The first is to redirect an existing graffiti problem, to give unauthorized tagging a legal outlet, and reduce vandalism in the broader community. The evidence on whether this works is mixed, and some communities have seen a reduction in illegal activities, while others have been candid that they did not. What I can tell you is that our bylaw enforcement team has not identified a graffiti problem in Chestermere, so that rationale doesn't apply to us. And that's a good thing. The second reason municipalities pursue these programs is arts and culture activation, creating a space for local artistic expression and community engagement. That's the more relevant lens for Chestermere, and it's where the rest of this report focuses. What the scan consistently shows is that the programs with the best outcomes, the ones that lasted, the ones that the community valued, and that avoided content and governance headaches, all of them had one thing in common, and that is a committed community partner. So a youth club, a community association, a festival organization, but someone who owns the program beyond the initial installation. We don't have that partner identified yet, and we think that that would be the first step before any further commitment is made. So rather than building the city building and owning a wall, our recommendation, if council wishes to pursue this opportunity, is that administration be directed to issue an expression of interest to identify capable and community partner or partners. From there, we'd return to council with either a program update or funding request, depending on what the city and the community are able to develop together. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair to you, Ms. Denison, this has actually been top of mind for me because recently most of council went up to the FCM conference in Edmonton a number of weeks ago, and there's art installations everywhere. And you are absolutely right. The first point may not apply to us, and I certainly didn't have any commentary with my peers up there or the city councillors in the city of Edmonton. But one thing was clear is that these art displays had meaning and had culture. A lot of them were graffiti. So I appreciate you bringing this forward to council, and all of them definitely had a curator of sorts to take it forward after the approvals were made through the city of Edmonton. And culturally, they seemed a lot more impactful than graffiti, in my opinion. I'm not saying graffiti is something that lacks culture by any means. But if we found that partner, it would seem, and you've probably seen, a question for you is, what I've seen, and I'd like to hear your feedback is, have you seen any feedback or looked at other municipalities who had a competition or some type of, with this expression of interest, as you suggest, move forward with something that's more culturally appropriate for what the residents and that winner of the expression of interest would take forward and maintaining as we move forward? My question, I guess, then is it graffiti or should we extend it past that?
That is a tough answer. I would say that what I have informally heard from the community is that there is a desire for arts and creativity expression. So I don't know if we would want to scope it down to specifically one method. It is something I think that is larger. Obviously, the motion and the way that the report was written was more specifically to graffiti, since that was the wording of the original motion. But I do believe that there may be a desire to extend beyond that.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would love to respond to that. For me, this one in particular is the graffiti wall. It'd be wonderful if we could have more public art in general in Chestermere. I know we have a public art policy. It's probably out of date because that was like 2015 or something like that, I remember. However, as a reminder of how this came about, we received a presentation about how unsafe and bored young people in Chestermere were feeling. Mm-hmm. And out of that, the Youth Safer Communities working group, informal group, got together, is still now regularly meeting. And I had asked the group, what are some recommendations that we could bring to the 2026 budget that are quick wins for kids in Chestermere? And this was one that we thought, hey, this might have some, this might be a good idea because it's cheap. We could probably do it quick. And we can ask admin what they think. So that's why I brought this forward to budget. And that's why after we made this motion specifically about the graffiti wall. So if this does go ahead and we do look for a partner, in my mind, I really do hope that it is specifically for the graffiti wall, because the intent of it was to give kids something to do in safe places. So somewhere where maybe there's a camera or something like that, so they can participate in art and recreational activities in a safe way that doesn't cost the city too much. So that's my feedback. However, if we wanted to have a conversation about public art and finding money for public art and grants for public art, that is a separate conversation that I would also absolutely love to have.
Thank you. I guess a question I have raised from the commentary from Councillor Sambo is, Ms. Dennison, in any of the research that we were doing, so you had mentioned that one was dealing with a specific graffiti problem. While we do have graffiti that gets done throughout our community, I'm not sure, knock on wood, that we have a problem per se. We just have situations of it, which are, and we have a couple of areas where in particular it can not be great. But I don't know if we have a widespread graffiti everywhere happening. Hopefully, knock on wood, not encouraging that. Secondly, though, so in your research you mentioned that. The second thing you had mentioned was in your research was this idea of public art and working with from a cultural standpoint. However, Councillor Sambo is absolutely right. This came from the work of Youth Safer's community, and then it kind of went through there. In your research, did you see any other municipalities that tackled it from a youth perspective?
There are two that come to mind off the top of my head. Okay. One successful, one not. So the one that was successful was actually the town of Penhold. And what they have done is in a youth area, I believe it's a skate park, but a youth recreation area. They did drop cement blocks there specifically for graffiti. So it was in a very remote area, highly used, highly visible. And they had a local community group that would come and just basically reset those blocks with gray paint a couple times a year. And they have had great success with this, very low incidence in terms of like hate speech or inappropriate content on it, but it has been well utilized. Another one that comes to mind is the town of Okotoks. They did open up a graffiti wall in their town. That left lasted for less than a year before they shut it down due to those governance issues, due to hate speech, due to inappropriate content, and the availability of staff resources to continually monitor and reset this space. They since pivoted their program to curated arts with local artists in certain areas around the town. So I have seen both sides of the spectrum, I would say, in the research. And without implementing something here, I couldn't obviously tell you what to expect.
Okay, great, thank you. With that then, what specific motion do we have here that we are looking at that we could possibly put on the table for debate? Is there a proposed motion that council can see? So right now it's just accept for information, but I think you were looking for some direction, were you not? Okay. So let me look here really quickly. Councillor Sambo, just before that, because I see one on here that was to seek a community partner via expression of interest. I believe was what you were looking for with regards to a motion, was the other options. So direct administration to issue an EOI for a community organization to lead a community art wall. So it sounds to me like this is the idea that we've been kicking around, and personally would like to see this come forward as a motion for debate, but I have a couple of lights here, but Councillor Sambo.
I was prepared to make exactly that motion.
Okay.
If you're ready, Your Worship.
I am, just give me 1 second. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, thank you. Just before you make the motion, so I don't go outside the motion, I just want to express my interest for the development of a Chestermere Arts Council for both theater and basically all the other types of arts, whether that be most likely be something outside of the city's operations. So, and I think that group could certainly run graffiti walls and other art installations around town, similar to what Okotoks has for their curated local artists. So I don't know how to do that, but I just wanted to put that into the world and see what happens.
Yeah, so my encouragement on that would be either prepare a notice of motion that I'm more than happy to work with you on to do that, and or look at the organizational meeting, having that become a committee of council, and that's something that we could launch in October. I think are two ways that we could handle that, and I would support supporting you in either of those, whether it be through the notice of motion and or creation of that committee when we get to the organizational meeting in October. Councillor Sambo with the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Here it is. I move that Council direct administration to issue an expression of interest for a community organization to lead a community art wall with the city's role limited to enabling support, and report back only if a willing and capable partner is identified.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo, this seems a little bit vague. Only if willing and a capable partner is identified. What does that mean? That means once we find a partner, it's brought back to council for our approval, or just letting you know and let the administration do the rest? Is that what we're suggesting here? To be clear?
I think so. Councillor Sambo.
Happy to respond, Your Worship. And yes, I think that's what it is. So from the report, what I'm gathering is it does not make sense operationally for the city to manage it. But an organization with volunteers, for example, might be able to take that on operationally. And I think if somebody wants to do that, then why not?
It doesn't designate. The reason why I'm asking for some clarity doesn't say where it's going to be, what it's going to look like, none of those things.
Because we need that partner to come forward first.
Yes, but we're not asking for approval from council. We're just saying we're just going to let council know that we found a partner. I'd like more clarity if I'm going to be voting on this. So, again, it says, the way I understand it is we're going to send out an expression of interest and only bring back a report to council if a capable partner is identified. Report doesn't mean decision. So does this imply that once administration, if they find a capable partner, they're just going to let us know with a report? Or does it mean council, we found a partner. We want to talk to you about where we're going to put this. We want to talk to you about what this partner's intentions are. We want an area that's designated at the skate park or on John Peak, the roof of John Peak gazebo, or wherever we're going to put this thing. I'd like to see that clarification before we vote on this, unless the clarification is implied to come later. So
then what I would suggest is that we could just have it and report back. No, don't change anything. Sorry, bring it back. Yeah, there we go. And report back to council with a report for decision. Only, so that then implies that the report that comes back is a report for decision.
This clarifies that question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
If
Councillor
Councillor
Sambo, are you
says.
okay with that wording being added?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just want to point out the fact that really the most viable spots for this graffiti wall are municipally owned. So I want to make sure that we're not taking that out of the picture right now, that this could be installed on public property. Because really, for this to actually be viable, that's where it'll have to be, in my opinion. So I just want to make sure that we're not excluding that. We're not, because in the report we talk about how it needs to be on private property by a willing person. And really that's, in Chestermere, that's not going to work. So if that's not here, then I'm fine with this motion.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, we'll take a short 5-minute break right before and have our final presentations before lunch. We'll come back at 11:20. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break, and we'll tackle the next few items here before we have our lunch break. Going to item 10.4.1, which is the extension of motions deadline, being presented by Mr. Kent Edney, our CAO. Good morning again, Mr. Edney.
Reminded me of an old movie with Robin Williams there, the way you said that for a second. Good morning, Vietnam. I don't know.
Do it for us.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not good at that kind of stuff, but I'm sure there's another counselor that would like to.
Mr. Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Couple quick motions that administration is hoping that council will extend the deadline for. Both are related to transit, and both are related to us working with the city of Calgary right now at this point. So council had made a couple motions to bring back work related to the transit feasibility study, as well as exploring proposed Route 106 and potential for on-demand service with the city of Calgary to bring that back by the end of July. We have been working with the city of Calgary. They have sent us a proposal. We just don't have enough time to go back and forth with them, prepare reports, and bring them to council by the end of July. So we're respectfully asking for a extension to do that by the end of September. So there are two motions proposed, just for council to extend these to the end of September, if you could.
Thank you. Just before that, I'm wondering, Mr. Edney, though, is there any kind of an update at this time at all right now? I do know that even as early as this past week, I have received a few different phone calls and messages with regards to where we are at with transit. So I'm just wondering if there's any kind of an update that we can provide or just to help council with some of the questions that we are receiving, because I have certainly been, I received a number of phone calls actually, ironically, this week about transit. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Dean. Practically, no, not at this point.
Okay.
We're still working through those costing options and the direction with the city of Calgary. So really practically, other than we're working and we're in the final stages of bringing something back to council for your consideration, there's no, I guess, tangible update for the public in that regard, other than we'll bring something back to you in September.
So some of the messaging from council could be, should council be asked certain questions so that we have consistent messaging, is that due to the complexity of implementing a transit system in the city of Chestermere, administration has asked for some more time to be able to work through some of those complexities, and a further report will be coming back in September.
That's a perfect answer.
Beautiful. That's what I will do.
Much better than what I just did.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question through you to Mr. Edney. It sounds like there's one option coming back for transit, and that is a partnership with City of Calgary. Is that correct?
Mr. Edney?
No, sorry. For clarification to Councillor Sambo, we are bringing other options. It just took us longer to get a reply from the city of Calgary, and now evaluate that and consolidate that into our options for council. So it won't be just the city of Calgary, but that's the most recent information we've received that we need to incorporate into the report.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Yeah, through the chair to CAO Mr. Edney, if there's any going into Stampede, we're bound to be in the room with people who can help this along. If you need us to do anything around advocation, please let us know.
Thank you. I think this is a purely administrative matter, though, at this point. I don't think that this is an elected matter at all at this time. I think that this sits purely with administration. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor Dean. We've received everything now at this point I think we need from the city of Calgary. They're working cooperatively, but sometimes they just take a little bit longer in responses given the scope of their operations. So I think we're in good shape that way, but appreciate the offer, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, with that, can I have the first motion, please? Oh, we're putting them together. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Naran.
Let's move that council approve the revised reporting timelines to September 2026 for the following motions as outlined below. Motion number 26041, 2014-09, Council endorses the hybrid fixed route plus on-demand one zone transit service as the preferred service model for Chestermere, and directed administration to evaluate funding and cost recovery options to implement a Chestermere transit system and bring to council by the end of September 2026. And motion number 260414-10, council directed administration to further explore transit partnership with the City of Calgary, including the proposed route 106 and a potential for on-demand service, and bring back to council by the end of September 2026.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Citywide Facilities Planning Report presented by, again, our CAO, Mr. Edney. Mr. Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm going to jump in this particular report to page 3, if we could, legislative services, not of that particular report, of the RFD. Thank you. Just on this table here. So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. This motion originally from council came out of a number of items that were brought forward during the 2026 budget cycle, and related to a chain link fence over at community operations, land preparations of some land over at the community operations site, our future needs. We had a request to create, we called it a human resources office, but it was really an office next to human resources. There was the RCMP second and third floor concept, along with additional parking over at the RCMP building. And then there was the rental space for community support services. So my report today, what we've done is, rather than necessarily look at each of these individual things, we've taken out the chain link fence and the community operations land prep. So if council recalls, there was a land swap done back, I think in 2024 with Clearwater Park, whereby I think we received somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 or 4 acres of land adjacent to our south part of our community operations building in exchange for a road right away that we had in their community. Typically what has happened in the past is, as we collect lake weeds, not just from the harvesters, but from the lake weed bins, we've been using the land to the east of our community operations building in Clearwater Park for the composting and storage of these lake weeds. Now that Clearwater is at the stage of development it's at, we no longer have access to that particular piece of land. We now need to start either A, bringing those lake weeds, etc., onto our own property, or we need to look at transporting them somewhere else for disposal. Obviously transporting them somewhere else has a cost, doesn't make a lot of sense. What we've done as we've worked through this process is realize that we can actually do the preparation of that land with our internal resources, with our roads and operations staff. So we are going to move ahead with, again, just making it suitable for vehicles to drive onto, flattening it out, that kind of thing. The outstanding item from the budget then related to that particular property is, it would be prudent of us to fence that land off. Like we do with any other land, we want to prevent unauthorized access onto it. We want to be able to park vehicles there securely. We want to prevent illegal dumping, that type of thing. So we're looking for a budget request for $60,000 to move forward with the chain link fence. Again, it was the same number in our original capital budget presentation to council. Why I've jumped forward to this particular table is the other four items we're addressing through a larger facilities planning framework document that we've put together. Obviously, future needs is a very, very broad request, and is really what the intent of this report is, to allow us to set a framework. As you talked about, or as we talked about earlier, we want to have policies and documents that guide what we do moving forward. So we've worked across all city departments to develop the report that Ledge Services originally had up, that is attached to the facilities planning report. The intent of this report is to give comfort to council, I guess, that we're thinking about what needs to be done. We've laid out sort of the purpose, the nature, and overview of our current facilities. We have some of the challenges we're facing at those facilities. Also prioritizing where we're short in space, where we see priorities for the community. If we were on page 7 of that particular report, if we don't mind bringing that back up there, Josh. You know, just talking about the different things we see coming up and where it sits from administration's perspective in our priority as we think about these new spaces and these new sites. Obviously, the second fire hall is something that we've been working on, is important to the community. You'll see a report coming to you in July about the fire hall and a request to move forward with that particular item. In City Hall, again, if you kind of read through the report, we talk about it, but we're still doing a bunch of work in the background. We're running out of space. I've talked about that a number of times. You see that as you work through here. There's very few offices where we only have one person left at this point, and that's really me. And, you know, in some cases we have directors partnered up with other people in their office. So we're running out of space in City Hall. And you can kind of see as we work down that list of what we've prioritized really as not necessarily priorities. I think everything in this list could be considered a priority. It's just the staging and access of that. Staging, not access, development of that. So one of the things we've done outside of this is, again, try to target what might be happening first and what that may open up before we get too far down on any particular item. If we go to the next page, Josh, and we look at the table on the key dependencies just at the bottom there, scroll down. You know, if we know the second fire hall is coming most likely before the library or the rec center or any work at community operations, we want to evaluate how can the fire hall potentially help us solve some of these challenges with space, right? If we're able to move the library out to somewhere else, that unlocks space at City Hall. Again, if we put the rec center and the library together, we've heard that a number of times, having them co-located is something that makes sense. So you might be able to move faster on a library than a rec center. So again, if we're going to put the two together, we have to look at that timing. So this document is really for council's information. I mean, if you have feedback, we're open to it, but it's really to guide us administratively on how we're thinking about our future needs in the city. I'll speak candidly. I know at budget time, we came with a lot of one-off ad hoc projects thought of by a particular group that needed that specific project to happen from their point of view, from what made sense for their ability to complete their work and their tasks. And this is a way to comprehensively bring all of those needs, all of those requests into one framework where we look at it holistically across all different departments, and then can use that to guide us over the next 1, 3, 5 years, 10 years into the future as the city continues to grow and we look at what staffing needs we'll need. So real quickly to wrap the report up, we'll be looking for 2 motions from council. One, to request that you approve to proceed with the budget item on the chain link fence at a cost of $60,000. I know elsewhere in the report it references $56,000. We've received quotes on this. We did that before we went to budget, just given a little bit of room in case something comes up that we need another $1,000. We're not back to council rather than approving 56. And then just that you receive this planning report for information as sort of our framework for coordinating future facility decisions. And I guess I'm open to any questions you have either on the RFD or the report that's been presented.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from council with regards to the presentation? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to Mr. Edney, I'm looking at the priorities and decision readiness table that's been developed here. You have the future recreation center as a long-term item. Is that the Dawson Recreation Center?
Oh, sorry. Mr. Edney?
Yes, that is correct.
So given that the cost for the rec center is included in the 2027 budget, that doesn't feel long-term to me, so maybe you could explain.
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. That's a really good question. You've hit on something. Long term for us should be 15 to 20 years. The city of Chestermere is in with our growth and our lack of really progress on much prior to this council first being elected. Long term for us is 5 years. So you're right. It's in the budget for 2027. It's really in the budget as a placeholder for that particular amount, hoping that council will get to a point where council can make a decision this year or next year. But I wouldn't expect it to open, any sooner than 2029, 2030. So it's not going to solve our space problems in City Hall, I guess, for a few years. So that's kind of why we picked that longer term designation with it.
Okay. I accept that and I understand it. I want to push back a little bit that, at least for me, the rec center is at least medium to high priority. So I know that this table is going to be used to make decisions moving forward, and that, at least for me, I would like to see that moved up, or at least looked at with a little more urgency. Sorry, I don't want to go on a diatribe, but you go down into your prioritization framework, and a lot of this stuff applies to the rec center. It hits many of these points. So I would like to, I don't know if I need a motion to have you move that up, but I would like a more prioritization kind of put on that than what I feel this document is giving it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that. I think that we've made it very clear that new rec center is a high priority. And given the commentary, I appreciate the commentary, Mr. Edney. Given that commentary, though, it almost makes it feel like an expansion of the second and third floor of the RCMP building is a higher priority than the rec center. And I'm not convinced that this is how all of this council feels. I would suggest that's certainly not how you feel. Mr. Edney.
Yeah, Mayor Dean, I think what might be useful for us is to split that out. I think the intent there, as we all know, building the rec center is a high priority. One of the challenges, of course, is I think everything on here could be high priority, and then when everything's high priority, nothing's high priority. So we sort of called it more long-term, knowing that it's not something that solves our problem from a space usage this year. But longer term, I think the intent of this probably could be broken out into two, where it's phase one recreation center, high priority, short term. Long-term use of all of that land might be a better breakout. So maybe that's what I can take away from this and update this to have. The phase one facility is, short-term high priority, but the longer-term use of all of that land is still a priority, but it's a longer-term exercise.
Okay, thank you.
If that works for
Councilor Grant, does that work? Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Mr. Edney. Yes, that works for me.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions with regards to the presentation? Seeing none, going to the first motion then for the approval of proceeding with the chain link fence. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve a proceeding with the chain link fence at a cost of $60,000.
Thank you. Does the motion need what area of the budget that $60,000 is coming out of, Mr. Edney? Oh, sorry, Mr. Edney.
Sorry, Mayor Dean. Yeah, let's just put a cost from the capital budget.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And just a clarification through the chair to you, Mr. Edney, at a cost of $60,000 extra or from the already pre-approved capital budget?
Mr. Edney.
So yeah, this would be extra because there's no budget approved for the chain link fence.
So it's not actually coming from an approved budget then?
That's correct.
So then it's not coming from a capital budget?
Well, okay, you could reword it to council approve.
We can reallocate for sure, or to increase the capital budget by 60,000. How about that?
Yes, let's use that word. No, not reallocating.
No, increasing. Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay. Councilor Randall, I believe it was you that made this motion. Is that right? Can I get you to restate the motion, please?
Sure, Mayor Dean. I move that the council approved increasing the 2026 capital budget by 60,000 for the chain link fence at community operations.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the second motion, please? We're accepting it for information, which means that it's a presentation that was made. It's not an approval. It's accepting for information. I'm just making sure that we capture what Councillor Grant's comment was. So, sorry, I'm thinking out loud. Mr. Edney, I think we would agree that this is an internal document used for internal operations as per the CAO. The CAO has received the feedback from council that he was looking for and will be looking to make updates to the document. But because it's an internal document, council essentially accepts this for information because it is how you are proceeding internally with something. Would that be correct, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor Dean.
Yeah.
I know I wrote these motions, but I think I would just end at for information. Otherwise, it implies you're setting this as some sort of formal.
That's where we're going, yeah. That's what I was working through.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Obviously, I didn't say it in the out loud, but in the report, anything that has to do with any of this that requires any sort of capital or council approval will have a separate report and be brought back.
Yeah, absolutely. But this really is an internal document.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council receive the citywide facilities planning report, attachment A, for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now moving to item 10.4.3. This was the additional to the agenda, which is the CRCA facility funding. And I'm going to go back to our CAO, Mr. Edney. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll just wait for Ledge Services. This is not a RFD that is in your agenda package. This is from some discussions that occurred, I guess, after preparation of the agenda occurred related to some operations over at the current rec center operated by the CRCA. As I understand it, a number of councillors have had discussions with the Whitecappers group about some facility improvements that they're undertaking over at the CRCA. The question came to me from a bunch of different angles of, is this something the city could help support? And is there some way that the city could support this initiative with the Whitecappers, given they're a non-for-profit and the money that they're proposed to be spending is related directly to facility improvements over at the CRCA. So my report here today is to address that for council if you'd like to make any sort of motion. If not, then we can just move forward. But the thought process here is in the interim operating budget and the final operating budget, council approved $160,000 be allocated to the Chestermere Regional Community Association. At the time, it was really a placeholder because that's typically what we provide them over the past few years. There was a request from council made for the CRCA to come to council and present what they would use that money for. We haven't seen that happen yet. We're still coordinating. And at this point, it's likely sometime in the fall. My thought process is this is about a $5,000 upgrade the Whitecappers are looking to make to lights and improving lighting in the space that they rent at the CRCA. From my perspective, this is, a building improvement being made by a third party to a third party's to a third party's building, and I think it's in the spirit of what that original allocation from council was set aside for. So my recommendation, if council would like to do something for this, would be to allocate $5,000 from the funds allocated to the CRCA in the operating budget. If that's done, it still leaves them $155,000 for their other needs, and hopefully, since we haven't heard yet exactly what those needs are, hopefully that's enough for them at that point. So I'll maybe turn it over to you, Mayor Dean, at this point to talk a little bit more about kind of where this came from.
Yeah, I want to clarify a couple things. Number one, the Whitecappers did not ask for this. This was not, the Whitecappers in no way, shape, or form approached the city with regards to this. This happened because of the regular work that this council does of being involved in the community and recognizing needs and hearing things. And this is about a facility upgrade to the current recreation center. This is not in any way, shape, or form money that is going to a not-for-profit that exists within the rec center. This money would be going specifically to the CRCA for the purpose of doing a facility upgrade that is needed. Anybody that has been in the Whitecapper space will recognize that there is a need for this work to be done in that space. And so again, this would be specifically paying for an upgrade that is needed. It's an identified need that's within the CRCA, and the money would be going specifically towards that. And so, yeah, I certainly support being able to do this and being able to move forward, and would further encourage the presentation coming from CRCA so that we can continue to partner and work together on improving our current recreational facility. So with that, I'm going to ask, do I have a councillor that would be willing to make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski?
Yeah, I can make the motion. I had a question. I can present it in debate.
Sure. Do you want to do the motion and then ask
Yes,
the question?
I motion
Which
to-
way do you want to go?
I'll do both.
Okay.
I'll just leave my mic on, please.
Yep.
Thank you. I motion Council Direct Administration to apply up to $5,000 from the $160,000 allocation to the Chestermere Regional Community Association toward the estimated cost of lighting improvements in the lease space occupied by the Chestermere Whitecappers Association within that facility.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councilor Warzanowski.
Yes, my question is, if there's a $160,000 allocation and there's a need to upgrade that facility, why wouldn't the CRCA already just pay for this?
So one of the things that we learned within that is that this particular tenant has been paying for facility upgrades for the area that they utilize. Don't have a direct question to that. I do know that in my opinion, this is a way for us as the new leaseor to help one of our lessees with facility improvements of that building.
Okay. No, I understand your answer. Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't know if we understand what the lease agreement looks like between the two companies. I would suggest that we stay out. I'm not saying I actually do support this. However, if I knew the lease agreement said that the lessee is supposed to pay for these marginal improvements, then it's up to them. They know the lease that they've signed. If it's not, then
Sorry, Council, I'm going to call for an in-camera for Section 29 under advice from officials.
Sure, let's do that.
Can I have the motion to go in-camera, please, for Section 29 advice from officials? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski, can you just make this motion?
Sure. Yeah, my mic's still on. Thank you.
Thank you.
I motion council move into a closed session at 11:51 to discuss the following: CRCA facility improvements, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials.
Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. I'm okay with everybody staying.
Yeah. thought you said K.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Looking for the motion to come out of our closed session. Councilor Warzanowski.
Gladly, Chair. I motion that council come out of closed session at 11:57 a.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Councilor Narayan. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll take our procedural bylaw 5-minute break, and we will come back at 12:02. Thanks, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break that we need to take after every in-camera session. Just wanted to make a comment about the reason for the in-camera. Council, the City of Chestermere does not discuss lease agreements and or binding agreements that exist between other parties that we may be associated with. Those discussions are protected. Those agreements are protected, and so that is a purpose why that would happen. It may be a different situation if the agreement was between the City of Chestermere and a party, but when we work with a party and they have an agreement party to party, then that's a bit of a different situation. So again, the motion is on the floor for City Administration to direct to Council Direct Administration to apply $5,000 from the already allocated money that has already been allocated in the budget that was made public during our budget deliberations. And so again, this money, to clarify, would go to the CRCA for improvements of the CRCA and would not be going to the Whitecappers. Comments, questions from council before calling for the vote? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. One comment on this. There is a level of discomfort with this because the typical process of allocating money, of course, outside of the granting process is that a receiving organization would come and present to council and make that request. So I think this is a really good use of this funding, but I do want to stress that this is outside the normal process. The ideal process for this would have been for the CRCA to come and ask for this money. However, it is my understanding that both the lessee and the sub-lessee are aware of this idea and see no issues with it. I have a concern that this $160,000 is going to disappear into next year's budget and not get spent this year, so I'm definitely in favor of this. But I want to really encourage the CRCA to come and present and tell us what you need money for, because this council and this administration is just absolutely begging to put money into this facility, as evidenced with this motion.
Yeah, thank you. That is absolutely correct. The parties that are involved in this have been communicated with. Council is all aware of that and the outcome of that conversation and the support from the organizations with regards to that. So that is absolutely true, that those conversations with the interested parties did happen. And yeah, you're absolutely right that in terms of process, things can happen also, though, in unique ways when we see a need that arises within our community. There is also sometimes sensitivity around with this with regards to that space, in that they are experiencing problems with not being able to get parts to replace lights, and some of their lights are burnt out, and because of the age of those things, they just are not able to get access to being able to do some of that work, which also influences this. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair to administration, Mr. Edney, can you confirm that this is an operational budget item and that it's going to a capital upgrade?
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, through to Councillor Grant's question. Yes, this is an acceptable way to do this. Lots of municipalities will fund capital projects through their operating budget. The City of Chestermere, since my time being here and before I got here, hasn't ever actually funded capital projects through tax dollars. It's always been through grants, reserves, some other mechanism. So it's completely acceptable to fund a capital project out of the operating budget. So this project is okay.
And some of those grants are taxpayer dollars.
Correct.
Community grants are taxpayer dollars, and some of those community grants have been used for operational items in the community.
Correct.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I had one more follow-up, if I
Councillor
could.
Grant.
Thank you. So my feelings on the motion's been made, correct? Sorry.
Correct.
My feelings on this is that, being a person that uses CRCA quite a bit, I don't necessarily want to be the one deciding which upgrades happen in that facility. I've seen the facility report, and there's about $2 million worth of facility upgrades that are needed there. And I hear on the weekly about showers needing to be done, or other areas that need support as well. So I'm very uncomfortable with kind of deciding who's going to be the beneficiary of this money. I would prefer if the CRCA decided who was going to do it within their plans. So just for me, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't really want to get advocated to when I go to the arena from minor hockey for money for a thing. So I'm not in favor for that reason, and I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. I appreciate that commentary. Something I would add to that is part of the reason why, too, we want to have the conversations and the presentations is because there's things like the Green Building Fund that we would like to work with them on to bring some of those larger items to. And again, this was not about advocacy. Nobody necessarily approached on this, and I don't think, and also precedent setting is not a piece. This is about a specific need that was identified that then has been brought forward. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, I'm a bit concerned about that because we already, in the past few months, we made a motion to keep 160 for CRCA. And the other thing is because you mentioned that the white cappers did not ask for the money, and then why we have to give. And the other thing is I would like any organization to come and present at the council to ask for money, and then we can make at the council debate and follow motion. So that's why at this moment for that I'm not comfortable. I actually want to directly listen from the white cappers. Thank you.
Thank you. That's why the money is not, this is, again, to be very, very clear, the reason I support this motion is because the money is not going to the white cappers. That's why I support this motion. This money is going to a facility upgrade of the CRCA. They operate their programming inside of that space. That's true. But this money is not going to the white cappers. This money is going to the CRCA for a facility upgrade inside the CRCA. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Worship. Through to members of council. So I'm in support of giving the $160,000 to CRCA. I'm also in support for giving the $5,000 to the white cappers. It just seems a little wonky the way, I think all of this is happening because essentially we were giving money and we were stipulating that this is how you should be using it. Yes, we're going to say that use it towards capital project, yet there's no real way or reporting back to see if this money will be actually utilized for a capital project. Again, I'm in support for this, but I'd even go as far as saying that I want to give $160,000 to CRCA, but then also give an additional $5,000, making it $165,000 directly to white cappers.
Yeah, I guess on that we would have to have a completely different motion and have an increase to the budget of $5,000, and that's, in my opinion, would be, to utilize your word, would be even more wonky, because then without an ask from either the CRCA or the white cappers, we are making an addition to the budget. This, to me, again, the reason I am so supportive of this is that this is money that was allocated to the CRCA, and one of the desires that we had seen is they're one of the few organizations in the city of Chestermere where we have traditionally given them money without a reporting structure, and we are the only municipality that does that with them. They have a reporting structure to Rocky View County whenever they spend money, and have made presentations and have made applications, including for this year, that they have made an application for specific dollar amounts with the reason of why those dollar amounts are being used. And so I guess for me, I would love to see our municipality treated within the same respect. And so again, it falls within a budget that we had allocated, and it is just utilizing that money for a very specific project for that organization. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and thank you for making some of those clarifications. I know I stated the motion. I really haven't said which way I'm leaning. While I was initially leaning in support, I'm now leaning in opposition for the reasons that, yes, I agree with Mayor Dean. All of these things should be presented. If we're planning on giving $160,000 or any money to the CRCA, they should tell us what they're spending their money on. I don't think we should. $5,000 is a drop in the bucket. It's not about the money. It's about understanding what the CRCA is responsible in doing with that facility, with the $160,000 or any other funding that they get. If it turns out that they don't make this upgrade, I'd rather see the Whitecappers come to us and say, listen, they're making us pay for this. We're asking for the money. Further to Councillor Sandbo's commentary while she's in support actually changed my mind, because this isn't standard practice. I know we do often fund projects that are not presented before us. This one, the Whitecappers we have a great relationship with them. If this is not passed and they don't get the money, if the CRCA does not do the upgrades with this 5K, then I'd like to see an alternative brought towards council from the community to pay for the lighting in that facility. Thank you.
So here's what I think is going to happen. First of all, I don't think it's appropriate for the Whitecappers to come and ask for the money from the 160 for them. So they would be coming and asking for an additional budget request, which I'm not sure we should be doing. Secondly, the other concern that I have with that is, I agree with council, is that we have been asking, so the earliest we're going to see a presentation is 10 months at least after the original ask for them to come and present. And this meets a need that exists right now. They have a need right now that exists, that has been expressed, and that we're able to go. And I appreciate the fact that the CRCA, their board, is run by a group of volunteers who are a very busy group of volunteers. And to me, here's an opportunity for us to meet a very practical need that is right in front of them, that we are aware of, and is not then having to have a not-for-profit who operates programming inside of that building have to come and advocate for their own, for capital costs that are for the CRCA. I think that's a far more complicated process. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I would agree. I think if this was in addition to, not from a lack of willingness to support the non-profit, the Whitecappers, but that would have to go through the grant adjudication committee. That would just be fair. I did want to point out that if this motion does go ahead, this puts all the control into the CRCA's hands, because they could say no to receiving this money. Right? You know, we can't force them to take this money. We're just saying, hey, here's something we heard about within this allocation that we'd like you to spend some money on, which is what funders do. That's a very normal process. Somewhere along the line, City of Chestermere granting got way out of whack, and this is just not how funding happens. So if the CRCA took a longer look at this, because from what I understand, we've heard from at least a representative of the CRCA that this could be agreeable. If they take a longer look at this and they decide that's not the best use of that money, they can come back, give a presentation to council, and say what they would like to ask for. It's what they do for Rocky View County and any other grant that they're asking for. So yes, it's outside regular process, but I hope that this spurs a little bit more conversation. And again, let's just spend some money on this facility this year.
Absolutely. It is shocking to me that we see a need and we're not wanting to spend a practical need that's right in front of us for a very low amount of money and low risk opportunity. That is absolutely shocking to me. Councillor Schindler. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
Through you to the rest of council, I hear your trepidations, and I understand that you can look at it two different ways. We're reducing their funding by $5,000, and we're only going to give them $155. And maybe we should have given it to them at the beginning of the year with no strings attached, and done what we've done years past. I want to just push back on that and say that we're stewards of the taxpayer dollar, and we make everybody come to us and ask who outside of us who want money. They have to do a presentation, just like they have to do a presentation with every single other organization that they work for to get money. It's very unique that we would just give people $160,000 of taxpayer money without at least a conversation. And you all know we've been asking for that conversation for a long time, and this money's just been burning a hole in our pockets since budget. we're giving $5,000 to the CRCA, which is exactly what we had planned to do. They haven't given us a presentation. We're going to give it to them anyways if we pass this. Are they going to spend it on lighting? Yeah, they could. They might not. But at the same time, we're giving them the money and trying desperately to spur them on to come have a conversation with us. I can't figure out why they haven't come yet, because I know if any other not-for-profit was in this community that was sitting with $160,000 in front of them like a carrot, they would certainly be leading straight to council chambers and doing even a rudimentary presentation. This is who we are and this is what we do in the community. Please, let's give them some money. And yes, it's going to go to the Whitecappers. It's space. But let's put some money in their pocket and give them that incentive to come to us for the rest of it, to do whatever. And then we'll help them with the Green Municipal Fund. We can... Goodness, they need to leverage us because they need funding for upgrades, and we are willing to help them. I don't know what else I can say other than please support this, because we need to get them at the table yesterday. Thanks.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with the Councillor Schindler. Yes, this money is not going directly to Whitecappers, it's going to CRCA. So why don't we give just the whole fund to the CRCA? And we know that building is old, the lights need to be changed, we all know. That's understandable. So why don't we if we request them to come, I have no idea why they are not coming, to be honest. If they are going to Rocky View, present everything, so I think we need to dig more deeper. The reason, either they are upset or some another reason they don't want to come to council to present or thing, even though they know clearly there's 160,000 sitting for them. So rather than making these portions 5,000, 10,000 or 25,000, so just give it to them towards for the facility. I think that should be agreed then.
Thank you. I think it's a good reminder here too that motions were made of council to handle it in this way. And if a councillor wants to make a different motion, then that can be done. But the motion from council was for the presentation to come. And motions of council need to be supported by all members of council unless a different motion or different direction is taken. So just a reminder that this was a direction, very clear direction of council as to what we were doing with the 160,000 for the CRCA. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Chair. One last comment, just to reinforce what you're saying as well to our deputy and Councillor Randawa. This motion was not presented by me in any way to incentivize the CRCA to come here and present. Mm-hmm. It's very clear on what the ask is here. And I would suggest that whatever you're voting on is based on that motion. If motions want to come out or intent of motions in the future about how we're going to spend $160,000 in a rec facility, that's something that a future motion can deal with. For now, please, let's focus on this motion and let's move forward.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Schindler.
That's a good point. I would like to then add a friendly to have administration reach out and encourage the CRCA to come to council within the next 30 days or something to that effect.
With respect, we've already gone down that road. The invitation's out. We've written letters. We have done everything that we can do, and I don't think that that's an entirely different motion that could be entertained after this motion. I do not think it's a friendly to this motion.
Okay.
Councillor Warzanowski?
No, I agree. I wouldn't accept that friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just need to confirm. So I've been told that CRCA has reached out to us to book a meeting, Mr. Edney. I'm looking to confirm if that has actually happened or not.
Mr. Edney?
I was told it was Miss McGilvery that was reached out to.
Yeah, I can't comment. Miss McGilvery would not be the right place to book a meeting. That would be through me or the mayor. So, or are you talking about a time to come present?
Yeah.
I'm not sure at this stage. I don't know if Candace has heard. Unfortunately, Miss McGilvery's out ill today, but I can circle back on that with you. But they aren't on the July agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Ernie. Okay. With that, I'm going to exercise something I rarely do as chair in terms of just kind of that final comment piece. And here's the final comment piece that I will make. There's been a lot of comments about process and protocol and those sorts of things. I think the reputation I've established as mayor, or one of the reputations I think, is that process is extremely important to me. And I've even done it throughout this motion, making sure that we're doing that. And so, with respect, while I was not the one who brought the motion forward, I'm certainly a bit of a driving force behind this particular item, and I would strongly encourage and humbly ask that council does support this motion. I do think, from with respect to what Councillor Warzanowski has said, while it's not an impetus, so to speak, for them to come, I think that there are some positive relational and political reasons for supporting this motion. I will say that it's unfortunate, in my opinion. It is unfortunate in some ways the direction that this conversation has gone, because my hope with bringing this forward is I thought simplistic conversation, whereas now I hope that we don't have to do any kind of further relational conversations. Because again, I do want to reiterate, both organizations were contacted about this. Both organizations were aware that this was coming forward, and both organizations have expressed support for this happening. I think that that is very key in this, and I certainly, in my position as chair, would not have pushed and or allowed for this to have hit the agenda had those organizations not expressed support. But support was expressed for this particular idea from both organizations. And so again, I would strongly encourage and humbly ask that council support this particular motion. So with that, call for the vote. And that motion is defeated by majority vote. Thank you. With that, we will break for lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming back from our lunch break now and proceeding on with our agenda, we're going to move to item 10.5.1, which is City Hall parking lot expansion. This is being presented by Mr. Junaid Ahmed, Senior Project Manager, and Such Chenyok, a Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chenyok.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Dean and members of council. For the record, my name is Sach Chandiok, Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure Division, and with me is Junaid Ahmed, our Senior Project Manager. We are here to present City Hall parking lot expansion options. I'll start the presentation and then Junaid will take over for some options that we have. Throughout this presentation, we'll be presenting the motion that council asked us to work on, some background, purpose statement, understanding what Class D estimates are, some options that we've worked on, and then an alternate strategy, and then our recommendations to council. This, I'd pass it on to Junaid, who'd walk you through some of the options.
Thank you so much, Sach. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As we see that thing, in December 2025, a motion was passed by Council that directed the administration to go and work on the City Hall parking lot and to assess the operations and to get a report back to the Council in March 2026. We then basically requested an extension on the report submission till June 2026, and here we are presenting that. So going into the background of the City Hall parking lot. So this City Hall and the parking lot was constructed in 2004. It basically was designed to do the operations and fulfill the needs for that time zone, and with all the capacity that was there for the staff that was working. Over the course of last decades, we have grown and we have more staff working in this facility. This parking lot basically have got 64 parking stalls, which includes 4 reserved for city vehicles, 1 for the loading dock, 2 for barrier-free access. That reduces the available net to 57. The staff that works in this facility is 93, which basically creates an overflow parking on specific days as well, on regular days, to the adjacent street parkings as well as onto the properties adjacent to this building. To address this parking problem, again, as we were directed in 2025 December by Mayor and Council to go back and assess, administration basically have created and evaluated multiple options as a concept design and worked with our cost consultant to come up with a cost estimate, which is a Class D estimate that will be presented in the upcoming slides. And then we will also discuss an alternative parking strategy. Just to walk you through a Class D estimate, it's a very high-level class estimate that has a variance of negative 30% to plus 50. This estimate has got very minimum information into it, and it is only intended to use a high-level decision-making support. The budget that is presented in these estimates can vary a lot as we dive deep into the detailed design and we go through the construction, so it gets refined at every stage if it gets approved. The estimate that were done was intended for the year 2027 construction season, not 2026. So we have an inflation that is added onto that one. Some of the factors that were excluded as part of the estimate were the hazardous material encountered, if we come across those ones when we do the underground work or anything. The off-site utility servicing that may or may not add more cost or schedule impact onto this one. Weather conditions as well as the US tariff impacts. So those things were excluded as part of the estimate. If you look into the screen, we have the first option that we looked into, and that is like adding more stalls onto the west side of the existing parking lot, removing the green space. It adds 14 stalls to the existing parking lot. This option has got the least amount of disruption to the facility or the parking lot. It works on the site, it has the lowest risk, but the estimate that we see is $392,000 and $549. Option number 2 is again an extension onto the west side, but it just adds more angled parking onto it. It adds 17 more stalls to the existing parking lot. It has similar sort of risks as compared to the option 1, and the estimate is fairly close to that one, which is $395K, $863. When you look at the option number 3, that is the most expensive and the most extensive one, because basically we are adding the combination of option 1, option 2 on the west side, and then the east side, it basically pushes the shed that we have onto the green field. It builds up a retaining wall and add more space onto it, but the maximum that we can add onto the existing one is 35 stalls. The reason you see that it goes into over $1 million is because it adds a structural component onto it, which basically is the most costly item onto it. It also impacts the stormwater management, because then we have to address the drainage issues and maintain the existing flow to this. Now, the risk that we see on proceeding with either of these options, it's the cost and scope may vary. Because again, like, this is a very basic information that was provided to the cost consultants. The more we dive deep into the structural analysis or the road analysis, the cost will change. The impact is going to be quite significant, because either of the cases, if we have to proceed with the construction, will have certain impacts onto the operations. We'll have closures to the entrance to the parking lot at certain time, but it can vary. We don't have those schedules because it's not a construction that we have dived deep into. And the impact on the operational cost will increase as well, because then we have to maintain more cleaning, snow removal, things like that. It'll come at a cost. The direction, if we not proceed with anything, the deficit on the parking lot and all these overflow on the adjacent lands will still remain the same. All these options do provide capital improvement, but the maximum limitations of, or we can say that the maximum parking lots that we can add is 35. It still leaves a deficit onto it, because if we compare the staff that is existing right now compared to how many stalls we can add onto, we still have a deficit. And with the future growth of the city, we may have more staff, then we'll have this kind of deficiency to continue in future as well. I would like such to just...
Sure, thank you, Janet. So the improvements only partially address the need that we have, and it doesn't necessarily give us enough parking stalls that we'd ideally like to have on this site. Now, in terms of Council's idea of finding efficiencies throughout the process and everything that we undertake, we've also undertaken an alternate parking strategy study, so to say. And the idea surrounding that was that we are going to grow as a city, regardless of what we do. We currently have about 93 people in City Hall as staff positions. But we have about over 100 positions that are approved. So we're still recruiting for a number of positions. And those new staff members wouldn't necessarily have any parking on site. It is not a long-term solution. So even if we increase the number of parking stalls, it is not going to be a long-term solution, because we are outgrowing. We are outgrowing the capacity of the City Hall. And more permanent long-term solutions needs to be looked at when we are trying to address the parking issue. And another point would be reconsidering short-term investments. So if we go ahead and spend all the money, if council so wishes, it only, again, addresses the problem in short term. It doesn't necessarily address the problem of where do we take City Hall, or where are we having staff move in the long term. So considering all those points, we looked at an alternate parking strategy. And we reviewed areas closer to us, one of which was John Peak Memorial Park, Marina Drive, and Marina Road. All of these areas have parking available onto them. We conducted a 7 business day parking survey to understand how many of these areas have how much parking spaces filled over a period. The survey that we did for John Peak Memorial Park gave us some information. The first week, as you can see, the maximum car parking that we observed there was about 26 stalls. And second week was about 38 stalls. That too was only on Friday evening. Outside of that, the average parking was 17 or 18 for the first 2 weeks. And the morning parking was 10 or 11. So the overall parking lot at John Peak was less than 15% filled in the morning and about 33% filled in the evening on any given day. Again, low morning demand with 7 to 14 vehicles recorded on John Peak. Moderate demand in the afternoon with 15 to 28 vehicles. Highest observation was 38 vehicles on a Friday. Marina Road counts remain comparatively low and stable, indicating residual capacity. Now, this is also contingent on which day are we looking at. For the most part, when we have council and GAP meetings, now these areas are filled more than other days. Our alternate parking strategy proposes a reconfiguration of how parking stalls are distributed. On your screen, you'd see a black line in front of the City Hall parking lot. We are proposing that we reserve 6 stalls for public. Right now, there are some stalls for public, but everybody parks there, and so there is no real public parking stalls at any given point. So we're proposing that 6 stalls at the front be reserved for public only, 4 stalls for city vehicles, 2 barrier-free access stalls, and 1 loading dock. And that will allow us to have remaining stalls of about 51 on site, which can be used for staff parking. Now, John Peak Park has about 96 stalls, and overflow parking from City Hall can be accommodated there during peak hours because it's at a walking distance. It's not very far. Staff can easily sort of park there and come to City Hall walking. We can monitor the usage at John Peak parking lot, and if required, we can also put up reserved parking signs for 8 a.m. to 5 a.m., Monday to Friday, which will leave about 56 parking stalls for public at all times, even if we mark 40 stalls for staff parking. Outside of these times, all 96 stalls will be available for public. Now, this strategy only comes into play if we choose to go that route. This will also allow us to have Marina Road and Marina Drive parking freed up. Marina Drive currently has about 20 stalls that will free up if we ask staff to start parking in John Peak, and Marina Road will have 16 parking stalls that will also free up. Some of this will cater to the overflow parking that we typically get during council and GAP meetings. Overall, when we look at the summary, the project cost for option 1, which adds 14 stalls, would be about $400,000. Option 2, which adds 17 stalls, would be about $400,000. Option 3, which adds 35 stalls, would be about $1.2 million. And if we go with the alternate strategy where we just reconfigure the parking, we're not necessarily looking at a significant cost except the cost for signage. In all, option 1 will give us 78 stalls, option 2 will give us 81 stalls, option 3 gives us 99 stalls, and option 4 will give us 104 stalls. With that, our recommendation to council is that council receives this report on parking lot expansion options for information. As it is, if council chooses and we spend money on a short-term interim solution, it'll just be temporary because long-term solutions would have to be figured out, including moving some of the staff from City Hall to elsewhere to be able to sort of work more efficiently. We're already outgrowing the space, and spending money at this point may not be as useful as that money would be elsewhere. With that, we're open to any questions.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, excellent presentation, Junaid and Mr. Chandiak. I think I just wanted to add one more quick comment to the alternate parking strategy. That came out of the earlier process this morning, looking at our larger use of City Hall space and knowing that we have some projects coming down the map. We don't believe it's prudent to spend money at this time to expand until we have certainty on where staff ends up going and where we end up, whether we relocate City Hall or we use City Hall differently in the future. So I really appreciate the team's thought and idea on, we kind of brought this at budget time because it had been an existing project. And when we sat down and started working through this, we said, do we actually really have a problem? And the answer became no, not if we use some existing facilities around us. So I want to say thanks to the team. Hopefully this report meets council standards and you're on board with our short-term plan here.
Councillor Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Edney and administration. Fantastic presentation indeed. And thank you, Mr. Edney, for pointing out a few things here, including the future of City Hall and what that is going to be like, whether we're going to move and whatnot. There's definitely a larger conversation that council would have to have sooner than later. I'm also really happy to see the option where we don't have to put in money. that's always good. I do have a question, because the range, of 30 to 50%, is quite significant. How far into the project you have to go into before you'd have a better idea?
Through me to Councillor Ryan. Thank you so much for that question. The Class D estimate is basically used to see whether the project is feasible or not on budget side. Once the decision is made that yes, it is feasible to move forward, this cost is usually reduced as we proceed through the design. That's why it says -30 to +50. The reason at times it goes as positive is if we have too many unknowns into it. So tomorrow, if we start to look into the ground conditions and it comes up that we have too much hazardous material that needs to be removed, then the cost goes up. If the ground condition on these kind of projects is normal, then the cost goes down, because now we are refining the scope. We don't have open endeds. Now we are coming and closing it down. So if you're looking into an approximate $400,000 for option 1 and 2, if we go through that options and go to the detailed design, it should drop down easily to 20% of that one. Once we go into the utility locates where we have to do things, does the water line needs to move? Is it intersecting or not? Things like that gets refined into it. So on a normal scale, on any capital projects, they are reduced. The only time that you see the cost going up is like we have too many unknowns.
Okay, just follow up. And to my understanding, and please correct me here, so it would be relatively easier to scale back or scale up with option 1 and 2 as opposed to option 3.
Through me to council again, all these three options, I just reference 1 and 2 just for an example. All these three options have got the Class D estimates. They don't have all the details into it.
Okay.
Options 3, well, you see it's significantly high because, like I said, it adds a structural component onto the parking lot. We are talking about a reinforced retaining wall onto the library slope side so that it supports the load of additional car parks. And then it moves the shed that we have onto a new location. So that whole concrete pad needs to be either demolished or relocated. Roughly, to relocate that shed only is close to $90,000. Yeah. So that's an estimate right now. Again, if the option or the direction is to proceed in either of those ones in future or now, we'll have to deep dive into the details of it and refine the cost and come back again to council in future for maybe a final approved budget for that point.
Okay, thank you. I still like the idea of spending no money.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation. It's very detailed. I really appreciate for that. But definitely the marina one on the side road and drive, I'd be thinking when during the winter there's the snow is on the side, then we cannot park that because then the road is got smaller. So that is option. I don't consider that, but the other free option, I would happy to consider that one. And we have that parking during the day available. Majority of the time, we always go here, there, even if we are not in council. I go through the city, walk to the lake and stuff. Yes, during the day, those stalls are available to park. I think that will. We consider the reason is that even we are spending money is not that much parking is going to accommodate our employees or anybody from the public. So that is the concern I'm seeing very clearly, because it's only few stall is increasing and we are spending quite a bit of money and still is not going to that tangible result we are looking for. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my question through you to Mr. Edney and on through to our two presenters. Thank you for this, and I'm not sure if I missed it, but it was unclear to me whether the projections and the numbers included the needs for the library downstairs and for the public attending the library.
Through the chair to Councillor Sambo, we have not included the numbers for the library. We are assuming at this point that the parking in front of the library is sufficient for the most part. We have not, and during evenings when the library sort of gets used more, we'd have more spaces on the city hall parking site, parking in front here, and even in John Peak, because by that time the employees are typically they're taken off and there's more parking available at that time. So at this point, we've not necessarily considered library into this whole scenario.
All right, thank you. A comment then on that. If this no money option was chosen, again, also like the no money option, but if it was chosen, I would suggest just talking to library and seeing how that might impact them. I know when I've attended the library with my kids, I've had to park at JPP before, and the proposed plan over there would take up all of those stalls that are closest to the library, and often the folks who are visiting the library during the day, during that time when they would be blocked off, have strollers and kids and bags and that kind of stuff. So I wonder if there's maybe just a consideration in there that they might be able to give you a heads up on to help with that planning.
Through the chair, we can absolutely connect with them. One thing that I'd like to clarify when I say no money is that there's no big money ask. The signs would be something that I think we can manage from our budget, but it's not a big capital ask is where I'm going. There is still going to be a little bit of money that's required to put up signs and stuff. So,
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to add on to the comments here, I think it's important to know we're not going to go out right away and reserve those spots in John Peak. The illustration was more, for example, we have talked about potentially just reserving like the west side, leaving the east side free for those exact reasons, making staff walk a little bit further than anybody using the library. I was out at lunch today and I noticed, maybe this is for Director Fluker, who isn't here, but I saw a number of people pull up in the library parking and take their dog for a walk. So I think that's where we need to start, is stopping that behavior and getting those people to park further down in John Peak. But yeah, the intent is right now we're finding a way to make it work. And of course, when John Peak gets busier in the summer, we tend to have staff on vacation and that kind of stuff. So we're hoping the process we're using now can work for a while. And if we need to, we'll put up signs. But if we don't, we'll do it. But I will work with Director Fluker on addressing the library a little bit better.
Thank you. Certainly appreciate the work and the effort that's gone into this. Director Chandiak, I'm wondering if you can speak to the fact that your alternative parking strategy seems to eliminate my parking spot. Are we accounting for that? Because we kind of made one up for me as it is so that I park far away, but I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to keep that within your alternative parking strategy.
To the chair, the 4 city vehicle parking spots that you see includes the spot for mayor.
4 city? The branch vehicles?
So there's one parking spot right next to the accessible stalls that says city reserved.
Yeah, that's where the city vehicle goes.
That's where the city vehicle goes.
Yeah.
And then you have 3 branch city vehicles.
Yeah.
That's where the spot for the mayor would be.
You're putting me closer to the door.
Well,
but I like staying far away because I didn't want any special treatment.
We'll give you that one.
All right. Can I stay where I am? That's all.
We'll figure that out. I don't think that's a problem.
I wanted to check. I was very concerned.
We'll reserve one spot for the mayor.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Any other? I have one now. I didn't want to lose it. Okay. Any other comments, questions from council? Councilor Rondalla.
Thank you. This one is just for the future a note, because city is growing. The bigger municipality, I can say, I don't know about the smaller yet, but the bigger municipality, anytime the city is growing the way we are growing, for the future note, there is, we are planning for the paid parking for those one as well for the future. That's what I just need to, not now, but down the road, I just need to keep that consideration, because from that one, we have to, I think, going on to that route after a few years, because the bigger municipalities switch into those ones for the paid parking.
So the chair, at this point, we haven't sort of given consideration to paid parking, given that there is enough parking at this point. In the future, when if we have transit, I think it sort of makes more sense for people to carpool and provides for a way for people to get here. In the absence of transit, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, but that's a consideration for future 100%.
Thank you. So I see within this, though, that you're looking essentially, though, for a motion to receive for information, meaning that essentially you'll be proceeding then with the alternative parking strategy. Is that correct?
So the chair, that would be correct.
So unless a councillor is wanting to go with options 1, 2, or 3, then accepting for information means that admin will proceed with the alternative parking strategy. Okay, so let's test that. With that understanding, do I have a councillor that would like to make the motion to receive this report for information? Councillor Narayan.
So with the council accept the City Hall parking lot expansion options for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, now we're going to go to the staged approach of the intersection at Range Road 284 to Chestermere Boulevard, also being presented by Mr. Junaid Ahmed, Senior Project Manager, and Mr. Sach Chadiak, Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure. Good afternoon again, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dean and members of council. Once again, for the record, my name is Sach Chadiak, Director of Community Growth and Infrastructure, and with me is Junaid Ahmed, Senior Project Manager in our division. We are here to present Range Road 284 and Chestermere Boulevard intersection upgrades. Our recommendation to council is that council will accept this report for information. To give you a little bit of background, in February of 2026, council had passed a motion directing administration to bring forward a report on Range Road 284 and Chestermere Boulevard intersection by end of June 2026, and that's the reason for why we are here. The intent of this motion, as we understood, was to ensure that we keep proceeding with trying to find a solution for that intersection to address the operational safety concerns at that intersection. Since then, council has had conversations about the specific intersection in IMC meetings, where councillors from City of Calgary were also present. Council has also written a letter through Mayor to City of Calgary to work collaboratively, asking them to work collaboratively with the City of Chestermere's administration staff to be able to address this solution, address this problem. Since then, we have been in constant touch with the City of Calgary. Some of the last meetings that we had were in June, to be specific, June 11th, where we've discussed some of the models surrounding that intersection with City of Calgary. We've also proposed a 50-50 cost-sharing mechanism with them. Calgary does not seem to be on board with the cost-sharing model, but they are open to operating and maintaining that intersection improvement and signalization once it is done. We have also been able to sort of come to a certain level of understanding surrounding the solution that can be constructed on that intersection in terms of signalization. That is still ongoing. The conversation on that is still ongoing. Because we're still proceeding through the conversations, we don't necessarily have a final idea of where we are going to land. All we are asking council is to give us a little bit more time so that we can continue to work through this and bring forward a final report to council to say this is what is happening at that intersection, and this is the solution that Calgary is on board with, and this is the money that we are going to be incurring when we implement the solution. With that said, our recommendation to council is to accept this report for information while we work through some of the solutions and allow us more time to come back with a proposed solution and cost estimates for what it is going to take to improve that intersection.
Great, thank you. With that, I'm going to ask administration. I'm going to ask council for us to move into a closed session under section 29, advice from officials, please, with regards to this item. Can I have a councillor make a motion, please, to move into closed session at 1:49 p.m. to discuss intersection at Range Road 284 to Chestermere Boulevard? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 1:49 p.m. to discuss the following: intersection at Range Road 284 to Chestermere Boulevard, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Just coming back from our closed session, can I have a counselor make the motion to come out of closed session, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 2:03 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. As per our procedural bylaw, we'll take our 5-minute break and come back at 2:10. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break and continuing on now with our discussion with regards to the intersection at Range Road 284 to Chestermere Boulevard. Council, were there any questions with regards to the presentation? Okay, I have a quick one. So what's next then? What would be, what's the next step that we're looking at with regards to the go forward? And I guess, is there any more commentary on that piece about the not funding 50-50? Because I thought my understanding, though, is that in some ways, is this not like a 50-50 intersection between us and Calgary? So I'm just wondering a little bit more commentary with regards to that, as well as what are our next steps moving forward, just so that we're really clear. Director Chandiok.
Thank you. Through the chair, to the chair. Next steps, our request to council is that council accepts this as information, give us some more time to be able to sort of work with Calgary and allow us to come back with a more refined solution that would address the problem with a budget ask if there is any down the line. That is our request to council in terms of next steps. In terms of 50-50 cost sharing, my understanding, and Junaid might be able to add to it, is that they're not open to the idea of 50-50. The intersection as it stands right now is sort of 60-40, 60% on our side, 40% on their side, but there'll be a part of signalization that will happen in their boundary, in their territory. And so our, I guess, ask of them was that because it's a shared intersection, let's spread the cost, which they don't seem to be on board with because it's not a need at their end at this point. Junaid might be able to add a little bit more onto this.
Thank you so much, Sach. And through the chair to the chair, what Sach has explained is exactly the same way. Like the reason we propose 50-50, again, because it's an interim solution. It's going to benefit both the cities. Whether we draw the city boundary line of 60-40 right now, that basically would play more in the role of the utility right-of-way when the intersection gets developed to its ultimate capacity. Since, like I said, it's an interim solution and it's going to benefit both the city, that's why it was proposed that we both split the cost. The approach that we have looked into through their transportation team and myself being involved in the discussion is we use a temporary solution of the wood span and the wired span like we have on our Chelsea intersection as well. That is the only viable solution that we have seen right now. We won't be going with the concrete bases or a full metal post onto this one because that's going to be part of the ultimate solution. Since it's right now temporary, that was the reason that we proposed 50-50 to that, which they are not very confident on it, but what they have proposed is that they would provide their resources on to the reviews as well as take on the operational cost of this intersection. So anything that part of their operations in future as well, once it's built out for the interim solution, they will basically take the ownership of the operations of this one.
So timeline-wise, would it be advisable for us, so I'm just looking, our next IMC meeting with Calgary is on September the 11th. Is this a particular topic that we should bring to IMC on September the 11th? Would that in any way be beneficial moving forward?
Through the chair, I'd recommend that you allow us some more time. If you're able to come up with a solution, then perhaps it might not be a conversation at the IMC. If not, then would inform council, at which point council could choose to put it on the IMC agenda.
So
we might be able to come up with a solution prior to that. So
yeah, so we generally don't need to or approve agenda items for our IMC at a council meeting. So I wonder, Mr. Redney, if you can, through your role and through with Ms. Petro as Intergov Relations Advisor, maybe we just make a note of that, that this might be a possible topic of conversation at that IMC. Maybe we just make note of that to bring that forward to that September 11th IMC. Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. One thing in the report that I would like to address is the taking over the operations after it's built. I don't know. I think most people know me by now, and I like to retain control over such things. And the only reason I'm bringing this up is I think about our current traffic light at Chestermere Boulevard and Rainbow Road, and how that intersection used to be a really bad intersection for accidents. And what actually happened was
council, or maybe through council and administration, they are able to modify that signal to make it where you can't turn in front of oncoming traffic. So that's my concern, is that if we have a similar issue here at that traffic light, are we able to address it, or do we have to ask someone else to address it?
Through the chair to council, we will be able to address that thing, but we will be using City of Calgary to address those concerns.
Okay.
We'll be working with them on the operations, and the reason they propose it, because they have the similar configuration with the Alberta Transportation on the Deerfoot traffic lights, and all the ones that led to the north on the Airdrie side as well. So basically, all those lights come under Alberta Transportation governance, but City of Calgary operates on them. So they're proposing the same structure because it's touching the boundary. And that's what they want to take in future as well, for any boundary touching intersections with any other municipalities that they have, that they would use the same structure. That's where this originated from.
Okay. I think in that situation, I'd be more comfortable if they're a 50-50 partner on that kind of situation. So
we are pushing for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. So normally they deny the 50. They don't want to share the cost. Obviously, with other, like everywhere in the municipality, always the boundary share somewhere. So how that procedure work with other municipality, and if council, for example, our boundary share with the Calgary, and if they ask the same thing, we deny, and that it's done, that's what it is, or there is other procedure to follow as well? That's my one question first.
Through the chair to Councillor Randhawa, a lot of capital projects would typically be identified through ICFs, so Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework would identify some of these projects, and that would define how we are going to be working with our neighbors to be able to construct some of these capital projects. The second layer that comes into partnership is your intermunicipal development plans, which will also sort of identify what will happen at which stage and which city is going to be responsible for what kind of, I guess, planning and infrastructure design, so to say. So some of it is captured there. Outside of that, it is primarily negotiations with different cities. If it's our need, then I guess we can advocate for them to sort of take over some of the cost. At this point, given that they don't necessarily see much value in it, given that there is no population on their side, there might not be enough value for them to spend on this intersection. Now, that is not to say that we cannot ask for it. We can't push for it. Whether or not do they accept is ultimately their choice, but we'll continue to advocate for it.
Thank you for the answer. And the main follow. The next one is for the intersection. Obviously, there is collision happen and those all. So if that's just a consideration, if administration through CAO can take it right of way for that one, for time being until it's properly built there, the intersection, consider that side as well. I'd be appreciative for that.
Through the chair, we'll take that into consideration.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council before we accept for information? Seeing none, can I have the motion to accept the report for information, please? Councillor Narayan.
Let's move the council accept Range Road 284 and Chestermere Boulevard intersection update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
So, Chair, we're also requesting that Council allow us to keep working on it and bring it back at a later date.
Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council approve an extension to the reporting timeline of the staged approach of the intersection at Range Road 284 to Chestermere Boulevard report to allow administration to return with a comprehensive report, including a proposed solution, confirmed cost-sharing agreement with the City of Calgary, and associated budget implications.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes that matter. Now moving to 10.5.3, which is the Transitional Rural Residential (TRR) District Land Use Bylaw Amendment, first reading. This was tabled on April the 28th. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is to lift this item from the table. So, Josh, if we could just have the motion to lift this item from the table, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council lift from the table bylaw number 018-26, being the Transitional Rural Residential District Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, with that, this presentation is being brought to us by Mr. Colin Kelly, Planner 1. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yes, my name is Colin Kelly, Planner 1 with the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. So before I begin my presentation, I would like to highlight that the bylaw in the agenda package, so 018-26, does require changes to address the amendments to Schedule A of the Land Use Bylaw. The bylaw attached to the agenda package does not correctly align with the report that you have provided. And this bylaw that I'll be showing on the screen and has been handed out corrects that error and ensures that the content of the bylaw for 018-26 aligns with the report and the presentation. The amended bylaw can be, Legislative Services can bring that up on the screen, can be seen there as well as in the hard copies. Just a quick note with the hard copies, you will note on the screen that section 3, under section 3, 3.5 has been removed just because as a part of the template and just isn't required. So the only difference between what you have printed and what is shown on the screen there, and the difference between the bylaw that was in the agenda package and what is on the screen here is just the amendments to Schedule A, where the report and this presentation will speak to the existing transitional rural residential parcels being redesignated to country residential. So, thank you for letting me. Before moving forward, as always, I would like to acknowledge that all my comments pertaining to this presentation shall be made through the CAO to the Mayor and all members of Council. Administration is here to present a land use bylaw amendment, bylaw 018-26, to rescind the Transitional Rural Residential District and to amend the land use district of 3 properties within the North Acreages community. Oh, sorry. Always forget I have this. Thank you. So just what we'll be going through in today's presentation. Okay, so please note that this presentation has not been modified since it was first presented to Council on April 28th, and that the motion date for public hearing is now incorrect. The report provided as a part of the Council package has the correct dates and motions that I will now read. And administration is recommending the following motions. That Council give first reading to bylaw 018-26, amendments to bylaw 020-24, being the land use bylaw as amended, and that Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for bylaw 018-26 for July 28th, 2026 at 1 p.m. Okay. So, administration is proposing amendments to the land use bylaw 020-24 as amended. The proposed amendments are to remove section 10.20 Transitional Rural Residential District and renumber subsequent districts, and to amend Schedule A of bylaw 020-24, being a land use bylaw as amended, land use map by redesignating lots 15, 16, and 17, block 3, plan 2512036, from Transitional Rural Residential to Country Residential District, and that will be as shown in Schedule A of the bylaw. So as of February 2026, the Country Residential District was approved, which provides an additional option for acreage subdivision. Residents have shared concerns regarding the Transitional Rural Residential District, which includes the need for each of the offsite levy items to be paid at the time of subdivision. So water, sanitary, and stormwater. In addition, shadow plans and the need to demonstrate the ability to transition to increased density have been noted as an issue in discussion with acreage property owners. So this slide shows the purpose statement from section 10.20, Transitional Rural Residential District in the Land Use Bylaw. As noted, the intention of the district from its inception was to demonstrate not only the transition from larger properties to a minimum 1 acre, but to also show how these properties could subsequently transition to a more dense, urban form of development with full water, sanitary, and stormwater services. This is not aligned with the intent of acreage owners seeking to only subdivide to 1 acre properties, and there is no guarantee that these owners will further transition to a higher density in the future. This information is also from section 10.20, Transitional Rural Residential District in the Land Use Bylaw, and is to illustrate the embedded requirements for shadow planning and stormwater requirements that restrict parcels to a minimum 1 acre lot area. If an application does not demonstrate the noted requirements showing the potential future locations of dwellings, property lines, and roads in a shadow plan, then the requirements of the TRR district are not met. And so this is this slide shows the City of Chestermere offsite levy bylaw. Please note that since this item was first presented and tabled, this has been updated. In principle, it is all the same as far as country residential district being able to have water, sanitary, and storm deferred. But those numbers have subsequently changed. So for Area 9, for the Transitional Rural Residential District, it is 493,278. For Area 13, 438,747. Area 14, 402,483. And for Area 22, 421,143. And with those deferred, as they may be done for country residential, the total for each of those areas would be 195,327. So increased numbers based on the newer offsite levy bylaw, but the same principle. As the Transitional Rural Residential District is a transitional district and contemplates additional future density, each offsite levy bucket, including water, sanitary, and stormwater, are included. Through conversations with acreage owners that have interest in rezoning their properties, this has been noted as a concern from these owners, as these services are not being constructed to their properties as part of the application they are submitting at this time. The Country Residential District, on the other hand, allows for water, sanitary, and stormwater levies to be deferred. As the Country Residential District resolves this concern for acreage owners that seek to subdivide prior to municipal servicing, administration believes that TRR is no longer required to remain in the land use bylaw as a district. So currently within the City of Chestermere, there are only 3 side-by-side lots designated as transitional rural residential. Should council choose to rescind the district, these lots will need to be resignated to a different land use district. There are 3 other residential land use districts to amend to these lands that do not require full municipal services. That is the Large Lot Rural Residential District, Rural Residential District, and Country Residential District. At the time of subdivision of these lots, offsite levies were deferred since 2 of the 3 lots already had buildings on them, and the policy allowed for a deferment of offsite levies for 1 lot. This deferment of offsite levies aligns with the Country Residential District. Though the Country Residential District requires a lot width of 50 meters, which 2 of the 3 existing transitional rural residential parcels do not comply with, these properties otherwise meet the requirements of the land use bylaw, such as the minimum lot size, setbacks, and building heights in the country residential. In addition, the Large Lot Rural Residential District and Rural Residential District are intended to remain as they existed when they were annexed, which does not meet the intent of those districts. For these 3 existing TRR parcels, further subdivision would require properties to be rezoned from either TRR or country residential to an urban residential district, as they are already near the minimum permitted lot size in both of these districts. This means that the rezoning of these lands from transitional rural residential to country residential does not impact the process for subsequent development, as they would need to be rezoned to one of the urban residential districts in either case. For implications, there will be 1 remaining land use district, the Country Residential District, which allows for acreage subdivision that does not require municipal water, sanitary, and stormwater infrastructure to be provided. The existing Transitional Rural Residential District parcels will need to be amended to a different existing land use district if the district is rescinded. And this addresses the concerns that have been noted by acreage owners with the Transitional Rural Residential District, in that they require off-site levy payments for water, sanitary, and stormwater infrastructure, which cannot be deferred, and they need to demonstrate the ability to transition to urban density through shadow planning, which has been difficult for acreage owners that do not wish to subdivide further. For recommendations, administration recommends proceeding with the first reading and scheduling a public hearing for the rescindment of the transitional rural residential district to obtain feedback from residents. Here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Because this is first reading, typically what we've been doing is passing proceedings so that we can allow for the debate and those sorts of things to happen. I just want to clarify, process-wise, if we were to vote no on first reading of this, essentially that would just leave TRR as a district. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the chair, yes.
So the consequence of that would be?
That the transitional rural residential district would not be rescinded from the land use bylaw.
Right. And admin would like to see it removed at this time.
Yes, and that is the proposal administration is bringing forward for the reasons noted in the presentation.
So the voting on first reading right now, simply would then allow for this conversation to then continue, go to public hearing where public input could then happen, but does not necessarily demonstrate council's support for or against said bylaw, but rather opens up the conversation for that to happen. Would that be a fair assessment of what voting on this first reading and any first reading? But just given some of the commentary that we've heard even today as part of public input, I'm just anticipating likely comments that will show up in the mayor's email in the next 20 minutes. So I just wanted to clarify, just from a process standpoint, Mr. Chandiok.
Through the chair to the chair, you're correct. The only, I guess, contemplation that happen if council chooses to let through this to approve first reading is that you as council are willing to listen to the concerns of the public through public hearing process. You're willing to allow administration to present their thoughts on it, and you're open to a conversation in terms of asking questions and gathering input. By virtue of you approving first reading, it does not necessarily mean that council is supporting it or not supporting it. This is only to say that you're open to this conversation and you'd like to hear more about it from public, from council, from administration, and would like to seek more information. Until you've made a decision, which is at the third reading, typically it's not contemplated that any of the councillors or council in general is in support of this or not. So your decision decides what council's final verdict is.
Because voting no on first reading stops the conversation.
Through the chair, if you turn this down at this point, this project or this rescindment would die.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So I just wanted to provide that clarity for council because I know that it's a internal conversation I've been having. I can also, like I said, already anticipate the emails that I will be receiving this week. And so I thank you for that clarity. I just, that was more for public's benefit, if you will, in that this does not even demonstrate a bias one way or the other from council with regards to the approval of this first reading should it pass, but rather opens up that opportunity for further conversation as per even some of the conversations we were having this morning, which already seems a long time ago, during public input. Okay, with that, are there any other questions with regards to the presentation? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. I have only the clarity question. The motion is requested to schedule the public hearing May 26, 2020,
No.
or is it July 28, what you said?
July.
Okay, that's good then. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, can I have the motion then for to pass first reading, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Ryan.
Yes, move the council give first reading to bylaw number 018-26, being the Transitional Rural Residential District Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. With that, then we can go ahead now and book the public hearing. Can I have a councillor make the motion to book the public hearing, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the schedule of a public hearing for bylaw number 018-26 for July 28th, 2026 at 1 p.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you. With that now carried and given the comments that were made both by myself and Director Chanayok, I want to reiterate comments that were made this morning during the public input session that if you have feedback now that you would like to have officially go on record, including records that may have been handed to councillors as part of public input, if you would like that to be part of the official record of this conversation, then I encourage you now to follow the public hearing process and the collection of that information, and to either attend in person or via phone on July 28th at 1 p.m. as part of the public hearing process. Great, thank you. Okay, now we're going to go to 10.5.4, which is direct control DP number 2622028/102/102-288 Kinniburgh Boulevard, permitted use, presented by Shaman Vecino, Manager of Development and Building Services, and Obina. Oh, you threw a new name at me. This is unfair. Unfair when you throw a new name at the mayor without the preparation. Okay, Obina, I'm going to give this a shot, and I apologize in advance, and I'm going to take a swing, because I got Estanislao down now, right? I've got that one figured out. So here we go. So, Obina Uzodima? Yes!
Slow clap, everyone. Slow clap.
So excited right now.
Slow clap.
Thanks, buddy. Planning and Development Technician, too. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the introduction. And yes, for the record, Shaman Vicencio, Development Manager, Community Growth and Infrastructure. With me at the gallery is Obina Uzodima, File Manager, Development Technician, too, for this development permit. Before I move forward, I'd like to note that all of my comments will be made through the CEO, to your worship, and to all members of council. Before council today is a development permit application DP 26-22028/102 for Unit 102 at 288 Kinniburgh Boulevard. The application is for a tenant improvement to convert an existing vacant commercial unit into an office. The property is zoned within Kinniburgh Commercial Plaza and is zoned direct control based on the local commercial district. Under this district, offices is listed as a permitted use. As the site is zoned direct control, council is the development approving authority and therefore the decision maker on this application. The application was received as a complete application on May 22nd, 2026. No exterior changes are proposed to the building. The application is limited to the conversion of an existing vacant tenant space to an office use within the existing commercial plaza. From a land use perspective, the primary consideration for this application is parking. Under the land use bylaw, office use requires 1 parking stall per 37 square meters of gross floor area. The proposed office space is approximately 100 square meters, resulting in a requirement for 3 parking stalls. Administration reviewed the parking supply for the overall commercial development. When the plaza was originally approved in 2014, 72 parking stalls were provided, although 50 stalls were only required. With the proposed office use, the site will continue to maintain a surplus of 12 parking stalls. As a result, the development complies with the parking requirements of the land use bylaw and no variance is requested. Administration has reviewed the proposal and determined that 1. Offices is a permitted use in the direct control district. No exterior alterations are proposed. Parking requirements are satisfied. No variances are required for this application, and the proposal is compatible with the existing commercial plaza and surrounding area. The surrounding area consists of a mix of existing commercial development, residential use, a playground, and a school. Administration does not anticipate any adverse impacts to the adjacent properties as a result of the proposed use. Therefore, administration is recommending that council approve development permit DP 26-22028/102 for a permitted use office at Unit 102, 288 Kinniburgh Boulevard, subject to the conditions attached in Attachment B. I would be happy to answer any questions from council now.
Great, thank you. Any comments or questions from council with regards to the proposed development permit? Seeing none, Can I have the motion, please, for council to approve development permit 026-22028/102? Councilor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the development permit 26-222028/102 as submitted, subject to the condition of approval outlined in attachment B.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. We're now going to go to bylaw 028-26 Clearwater Park Split Zoning Land Use Bylaw Amendment, first reading. Whew. Presented by Mr. J.P. Leclerc, Planner 1. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is J.P. Leclerc, Planner 1, Community Growth and Infrastructure Division. I will be presenting a request for decision speaking on the Land Use Bylaw Amendment for Lot 1, Block 2, Plan 2412540 in Clearwater Park for split zoning. Recommendations to Council that Council give first reading to Bylaw 02826, being amendments to Bylaw 020-24, being the Land Use Bylaw as amended, and that Council approve the scheduling of a public hearing for Bylaw 028-26 for July 14th, 2026 at 10 a.m. The subject property is in Clearwater Park at the intersection of Chestermere Boulevard and Clearwater Passage, as shown in Attachment A. And maybe if we could bring up that Attachment A as the map while I'm speaking, that might be easier. Currently, the lot is vacant and is split zoned, i.e. it has two different land use zones that regulate development. The northern portion is zoned as direct control residential multi-unit district, known as DCR3, and the southern portion is zoned as residential multi-unit district, known as R3. Given that the development authority for the portion that is zoned direct control is council, and that the development authority for the land zoned R3 is administration, rendering development decisions on a split zone lot is challenging. Another challenge is determining the exact boundary of the bordering two land use zones, as the zoning is conceptual and was never based on surveyed boundaries. In consideration of this, administration is recommending that council redesignate the entire subject property as one land use zone, being option 1, shown in bylaw, the bylaw shown in attachment B. That would be the whole zone to residential multi-unit district R3, and the option 2, as shown in attachment C, the whole lot as direct control residential multi-unit district, DCR3. Rezoning the entire subject property to residential multi-unit district, R3, would allow administration to render decisions on development applications. This would allow development applications to proceed through the standard development and building permit approval processes, eliminating the need for individual council approvals and providing builders with a more streamlined and consistent approval process. While zoning to direct control, DCR3, would require council to consider development applications having oversight of development on these lands. This is in relation to February 2026. An application was before council on behalf of the owners to change the number of stories in the R3 district and to rezone the entire subject property to residential multi-unit district R3. This was denied by council. However, given the complexities that I've noted around decision-making on the split zoning on this parcel, administration is bringing this forward to clarify and define the development authority for the whole subject property. That concludes my presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions from council. Thank you.
Right, so again, like we just did with one a moment ago, this would be for first reading for this to come forward, and then we'd book a public hearing for open debate. Is that correct on what we're doing here? Thank you. But the proposal would be obviously then to, the proposal is to go to all R3, and so that it would be more consistent with even recent decisions that have been made by council should this pass. Okay. Director Janayok?
Through the chair, our proposal or recommendation is that council consider one zoning across the entire lot,
Right.
be it R3 or DC.
Thank you.
That's a decision for council to make. All we're recommending is council consider rezoning the entire lot to one zone.
And that would be done then as part of the public
Debate.
hearing process?
Through
As
the
part of the debate, second and third?
Through the chair, yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so at this time, we're just going to get first reading so it can go to public hearings so we can debate this on July the 14th. Great. Can I have a councillor make the motion to give first reading to bylaw 028-26, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I move that council give first reading to bylaw number 028-26, being the Clearwater Park Split Zoning Land Use Bylaw Amendment.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I have the motion for public hearing, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council approve the schedule for public hearing for bylaw number 028-26 for July 14, 2026 at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Ledge Services, I'm going to throw you a curveball here. We're going to skip to 10.6.2, which is City of Chestermere's official land acknowledgement. And this one is being presented by Ms. Dennison. So, Director Dennison is coming to present the City of Chestermere's official land use acknowledgement. Ledge Services, the reason I'm doing this is what I would like to do is, depending on the timeline of this, I know that we have a guest coming at 3 o'clock. I'd love to try and go into one in-camera session because I know that there's an in-camera session that's attached to yours. So what I would love to try and do is see if we can get these two done, then go into in-camera for both items, and then come out of in-camera with any motions thereof. Also then what would be related back to 10.6.1. So that's why I'm making a quick change here to try and accomplish one in-camera session instead of two. So, Ms. Dennison.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The item before you today is the proposed official land acknowledgement for the City of Chestermere. Administration is recommending that Council adopt this land acknowledgement as the corporate standard for all staff representing the city at public events and official functions. This work is intended to provide consistency across the organization and ensure that when the city acknowledges Treaty 7 territory, it is done respectfully, appropriately, and with a shared standard. There are no financial implications associated with this recommendation, and if adopted, Legislative Services will make the official land acknowledgement available corporate-wide, so staff have consistent wording to use when representing the city on city business. The proposed land acknowledgement reads as follows. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge Mojinstis and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Iyethka, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home of the I always get this one wrong, Otipemisiwak, Métis government of the Métis Nation within Alberta District 4. Finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. With that, administration is seeking council's approval to adopt this as the City of Chestermere's official land acknowledgement.
Thank you. So then, in simplicity's sake, basically the one that I read every day, not every day, the one I read for every council meeting would be the one that if we are doing any kind of a meeting, public meeting or things like that, those would be the ones that would be read by councilors who may be chairing a meeting, by our chairs that are chairing meetings, and also by any staff that are attending any kind of a public meeting, that we have one standardized land acknowledgement that we are using. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Fantastic. Makes a lot of sense to me. Okay. Any comments or questions from council with regards to this? All right. With that, can I have the motion to adopt the official land acknowledgement as a corporate standard for all staff requesting the City of Chestermere public events and official functions? I would like to see a wording on this standard for all staff and city representatives. That's public events, comma, official functions, comma, and committee meetings. Okay. Council, any other questions with regards to the wording? I see lights, but are those for wording, or you just want to make the motion? Motion? You give it to the okay. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council adopt the official land acknowledgement as a corporate standard for all staff and city representatives representing the City of Chestermere at public events, official functions, and committee meetings.
Thank you. Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Dennison, before you run. Just a quick question about how this will be now communicated out to the listed parties, whether that be our committee chairs, like, so for all of our committees as well as staff, what does communication and follow-up now look like, and even everybody receiving a copy of this? What does this practically look like now that that motion has passed?
What this practically looks like is that we will have our legislative services team ensure that it is available to everyone, including the phonetics, not just the spelling, to assist people with making sure that this land acknowledgement occurs where we said it will.
Great. Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. And now we're going to go back to 10.6.1, which is public member committee appointments. And this is being presented by Miss Emily White, Legislative Assistant 2. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Emily White, and today we, administration, are just looking for 3 motions to appoint individuals to the Seniors Advisory Committee, Grant Adjudication, and the Lake and Watershed Advisory Committee. So just before a quick background and before I ask for a motion to move into closed session, there are a few vacancies across a couple of committees, and we are bringing forward a couple applications to these 3 committees, as we do have a couple confirmed members who are interested in being a part of these committees. So administration has reached out to them and do their due diligence to ensure that they are still interested in wanting to participate in these committees. At the current moment, there is 1 vacancy on the Seniors Advisory Committee, and we have 1 application which will be presented. The grant adjudication currently has 3 vacancies, and we have 1 interested public member. And the Lake and Watershed Advisory Committee currently has 3 vacancies, and we are looking to appoint 2 members to that committee. For this, if, as you can see, if we have insignificant applications, administration does continue to advertise for these vacancies, whether that's through social media, website posts, through their news flash, or just a pop-up. We do that, and we're constantly reviewing them and receiving them, and we review them as we receive them. And if there isn't any further questions upon this, I will just be looking to a motion to move into closed session, as we don't evaluate committee members in a public forum.
And these particular applications that came in, these particular applications that we have, these are people that had previously applied. We possibly didn't have, these are previous applications for these committees. Is that correct?
For the most part, yes. There is 1 that is a new application that you'll be receiving.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that, we'll go into closed session, but I would like to call for the motion to have both items from the closed session, and we'll handle both in closed and then come out after close, and then we'll be able to finish up both items and then move to Councillor Randhawa's adjournment of the meeting. So can I have council make the motion to move into closed session, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council move into closed session at 2:57 p.m. to discuss the following: Public Member Committee appointments, Access to Information Act, Section 22 confidential evaluation, and quarterly legal update, Access to Information Act, Section 29 advice from officials.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are just coming back from our closed session, and so can I have a counselor make the motion to come out of our closed session, please? Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. We are just coming back from our closed session, and so can I have a Deputy Mayor Schindler?
I move that we come out of closed session at 4:02 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That motion is carried. We'll take our 5-minute break and come back at 4:08. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our break here. We just have a couple of motions here to end off our day. Can I have a counselor make the following motion to accept the quarterly legal update for information, please? Counselor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council accept the quarterly legal update for information.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then we just have a couple of appointments to make for committees. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Schindler.
I move that council appoint Cheryl Butterly to the Seniors Advisory Committee effective June 23rd, 2026, with a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councilor make the following motion, please? Councilor Narayan.
I also move that council appoint Vicky Minhouse to the Grant Adjudication Committee effective June 23rd, 2026, with a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote.
I'm sorry. I can't vote on this. I'm sorry, I can't vote on this.
Sorry. Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I can't vote on this. I have a conflict of interest on this vote. I just realized that, and I'm sorry.
Okay. So with the declaration of conflict of interest, then we just don't accept the vote, and then we can just keep going. So we've already had the vote. So thank you. That's carried unanimously. And can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that council appoint the following public members to the Lake and Watershed Advisory Committee effective June 23rd, 2026. Holly McDonald and Ron Rideout with a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just before we wrap up here, going to through our City of Ledge Services, how will we be reaching out and informing our members that are now going to be joining our committee's Ledge Services?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to you and the rest of council. So all the appointments and the individuals who are appointed today, they will be reached out via email, just as a congratulatory email. And from there, we will let the administrative liaison know about these appointments, and they will also the administrative liaison will also reach out to these individuals, just alerting them of when their next committee meeting is and any other supplementary documentation they would need, such as the terms of reference for their review.
Thank you. Okay. With that, unless Councillor has any new business, seeing none, we'll get the motion to adjourn. Can I have the motion to adjourn, please, Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 4:13 p.m.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.